It's 10 past the hour. It's been 24 hours since Hurricane Katrina made landfall just east of Grand Isle, Louisiana. Dozens are confirmed dead, but the full death toll won't be known for possibly days, even weeks. David Browdy reports on the devastation local and federal officials are just now beginning to grasp.
In the hours just after the storm moved north, the first dramatic look at the devastation wrought by Katrina. The hurricane's 145-mile-an-hour winds had whipped a wall of water ashore, with buildings in downtown New Orleans like the Hyatt Hotel devastated.
The roof has been completely torn off. There is no roof left on the top of this grandstand here at this racetrack.
The voice is that of J.T. Alpaugh of Helinet. His crew brought its camera-equipped chopper in from Van Nuys, California, to bring us these amazing pictures of the storm's aftermath. Many buildings with roofs and facades ripped off. The local racetrack, just one of them. Those who rode out the storm inside a courthouse found themselves trapped there, looking at downtown streets turned into canals.
It's just absolutely devastation here.
One of the places where flooding is most severe, this neighborhood near Lake Pontchartrain, now 20 feet underwater. Hundreds, if not thousands, were stranded around New Orleans, having been unable or unwilling to flee ahead of the storm. Authorities had warned these people that they risked their lives. This dramatic scene on the south end of Lake Pontchartrain, as only in the hours well after Katrina roared through, were authorities able to begin to mount rescues. Here, a Coast Guard helicopter swooped in to pluck a man from the roof of his home. He was one of the dozens who could only be saved this way. After a few agonizing moments, he was pulled into the side of the chopper and flown to safety. Others tried to make their way on their own through the waters to higher ground. Almost impassable roads made it all but impossible for firefighters to reach the Southern Yacht Club northeast of New Orleans, where a raging fire consumed buildings and boats. Other yachts, some of them quite large, were tossed around by the storm like toys. In Jefferson, 5 miles north of New Orleans, a house fire raged. Firefighters, hampered by downed power lines, could only try to save the homes around it.
The house that's fully involved is as a complete loss.
At the airport, the terminal seemed fine, but other buildings like the DHL facility badly damaged. The city of New Orleans still standing, but the scars left by Katrina visible virtually everywhere, as is the water. Authorities say it will be a long time before things get anywhere near normal. Dave Browdy, CBS News.
In New Orleans, about 9,000 people took refuge in the Superdome, home of the New Orleans Saints. But even that huge building couldn't offer total shelter from the storm. Lee Cowan has that part of the story.
Never before has a stadium hosted fans quite like this. Hungry, tired, wet, and thankful.
I'm very grateful for this Superdome, because without it, I don't know where we would have went.
The people who came here, nearly 10,000 at last count, simply had nowhere else to go. They were either too sick, too old, or too poor to flee the storm in time.
We just waiting till we ride the storm out.
As riding it out goes, it was all going fine, considering it was the middle of a Category 4 storm.
We can hear it rattling, and I think the people in here are pretty happy to be inside.
Until inside became outside. Here's where it gets a little disconcerting. We've been here for the better part of the night, and really for the first time, it sounds as if the roof is starting to peel off the Superdome. I don't know whether you can hear it in the background there, but it's also starting to show its effects. This is the roof leaking from about 300 feet above, and it's not just here, it's in spots all around the dome. Those leaks slowly became waterfalls. The roof they were all so thankful for started crashing in.
Scared everybody, scared me.
It barely missed Alexanderson. Before he and thousands of other refugees knew it, the roof was full of holes. Katrina had found her way in.
We still caught a pretty good lashing.
Residents scurried to higher, drier ground, choosing to camp out on the beer-stained floor of the stadium. That's where thousands remain tonight. A new breed of saint for this NFL stadium. Wet, weary, but alive. Lee Cowan, CBS News, New Orleans.
So what's next for the thousands of victims of Hurricane Katrina? Laura Howe is the Southeast spokesperson for the American Red Cross, and she joins us by telephone from Birmingham, Alabama. Good morning, Ms. Howe.
Good morning.
What is the biggest challenge the Red Cross is facing right now?
Well, right now we are facing one of the largest operations that we have ever staged for a natural disaster. We have a full-scale shelter operation in progress right now. One of the challenges that we're going to be facing is sheltering a very large number of people for potentially a long period of time. There's a lot of people, because of floodwaters, who are not going to be able to go back into their homes for a long period of time. So we know we're in this for the long haul. We have sheltered approximately 40,000 people so far in about 203 shelters. There are still people coming into shelters tonight in Alabama and in Mississippi because of floodwaters that are still rising. And so we know we have a long road ahead of us to make sure that people have a safe place to stay because they can't go back to their homes, and also that they have some of the very life-sustaining things such as water and food.
Now, as you mentioned, with thousands of volunteers mobilized, are you running up against limitations because of power outages?
Well, we're running up against power outages. We're also running up against access to the areas as well. We're facing a lot of floodwater, a lot of roads that are blocked. Just access getting into the areas is very, very limited right now. And mostly what we're doing is using resources that are in the area, and we're going to try to start getting mobile kitchens, feeding vehicles, cleanup kits, MREs, things of that nature into the affected areas starting in, very, very early in the day. And it's just very difficult because the access to these areas is very limited at this point. It's just very hard to get things in. We pre-positioned a lot of things sort of where we thought it might be safe on the periphery of the damage, and as soon as it's safe to do so, we're going to move people, we're going to move resources, vehicles, and supplies into those affected areas.
What about those who were evacuated, who have no idea when they can come home? How can they get information?
Well, really it's going to be a waiting game, and we want them to stay in our shelters. We don't want people rushing back into the areas. It's going to be a matter of getting information through the people who are working in the shelters, through news media. I know that the state governments are going to be dispersing a lot of information, and this is very stressful for people. The evacuation itself was very stressful, very frightening for people, and now we have thousands of people who are anxious, concerned about what's going on with their homes, and it's just a very, very trying time for a lot of our people who are going to be out of their homes for a long time. So we're not only tending to their physical needs, the shelter, the food, but we're also really trying to provide a lot of emotional support for people as well.
Should people who are trying to reach family members who haven't heard from them yet, should they try to contact a Red Cross?
Well, really the best thing to do is to try to keep reaching people by cell phone because, we don't have a lot of ways to track down families right now ourselves. We're limited by some of the same issues that the rest of the general public is too. Lack of phones, bad cell phone service. It's very hard for us to try to track down people as well. So the best thing that we can tell people to do is to try to keep track of their family members by cell phones. Really when families evacuate, and I think this is a good message for anyone who's in any kind of emergency situation, no matter where they live, if you ever have to leave your neighborhood, your town, for any kind of reason, make sure that you have a contact out of state that you can call and check in with and keep in touch with, because a lot of times it's much easier to get a call out of state than it is to try to place calls locally, and just keep track of your family during these kinds of crises. But it's going to be difficult for people, and we know the lack of communication is going to make for a lot of worried families tonight.
Finally, just a few seconds left. Watching these pictures and the plight of the communities hit by the storm, it's hard not to want to do something to help. How can people help aid in the recovery?
Really, the best way for people to help is with a donation to the Red Cross. Our National Disaster Relief Fund is going to be able to help us help those neighbors, and people can call 1-800-HELP-NOW to make a donation.
Laurel Howe of the American Red Cross, we thank you for being with us and thank you for your great work.
Thanks.
We'll be right back.
My lymphoma had not only come back, but it was life-threatening.
After I discovered I was pregnant, I was diagnosed with breast cancer.
When I first found out that Frank had cancer, I felt like my whole world had fallen apart.
I went to one more hospital because I wasn't willing to give up.
Being treated like a real person for the first time in 10 years was such a relief.
I feel like it's just like going back home.
My son.
Our cancer information specialists are available 24 hours a day. Call now and they'll send you this free life-changing video and information kit that shows you how state-of-the-art medicine combines with unique therapies to give you treatment options you may not even know exist.
We as cancer patients, for whatever reason, have been dealt this kind of pain. But there is hope on the other side, and there is great life after cancer.
No Venetian blinds. That's why Geico.com is so simple. Or is it because you can get help if you need it and get a free rate quote in minutes? 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Simple as that.
Every home has a rhythm of its own. And now, finally, there's an air freshener that's in tune with it. Introducing new Airwick Freshmatic, an automatic spray you simply set at intervals of 9, 18, or 36 minutes. It delivers wonderful bursts of fragrance that keep your home smelling fresh for up to 2 months. New Airwick Freshmatic. Set it to the rhythm of your home.
The aftermath of Katrina. Tonight, we'll assess the damage left by the massive storm in a series of reports from the strike zone. Also, with oil at nearly $70 a barrel, the Price Patrol shows how folks are saving money in Utah. On the CBS Evening News with Bob Sheever. Experience you can trust.
Coming up, ripping winds, blinding rain, Hurricane Katrina hit hard. What's left in her aftermath? Here are the dramatic real-life survivor stories on The Early Show.
The aftermath of Katrina, assessing the damage on tonight's CBS Evening News.
It's 22 past the hour. Top stories on Up to the Minute. The remnants of Hurricane Katrina moved northeastward after pounding the Gulf coasts of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Dozens of people are confirmed dead, and damage estimates are already in the billions. The thousands who escaped the storm and took refuge in the Louisiana Superdome want out. A large group of refugees say they want to leave, but are being told it's not yet safe to do so. And a new government report says 1 in 4 taxpayers is missing out on an education tax break simply by not claiming it. On the CBS News Money Watch, investors are keeping an eye on the price of oil, another casualty of Hurricane Katrina. Here's Alexis Christoforous.
Wall Street will be keeping an eye on the effects of Hurricane Katrina today. The storm forced the shutdown of essential U.S. oil refineries in the Gulf of Mexico, pushing oil and gas prices higher. Analysts are predicting prices at the pump could jump 20 cents a gallon by Labor Day weekend, which could mean problems for the tourism industry. And for the first time ever, the New York Mercantile Exchange has suspended contractual obligations on natural gas deliveries indefinitely because of a shutdown of a Louisiana pipeline. Wall Street shrugged off the storm, posting gains across the board. The Dow Industrials up 65 points. The Nasdaq Composite gained nearly 17. Investors will get new clues about how high energy costs are affecting the economy. Today, a look at consumer confidence and factory orders. Investors will also be getting a look this week at how worried the Federal Reserve is about inflation when the Fed releases the minutes of its August meeting. They'll be looking for any signs that the Fed is nearing an end of its policy of steadily hiking interest rates. Track all the business headlines at cbsnews.com. With your Money Watch, I'm Alexis Christoforous.
Here's a look at your up-to-the-minute forecast. The latest satellite picture shows the center of Katrina has moved over the lower Tennessee Valley, and it still has that swirling circular shape, even though it's completely over land. Elsewhere, skies are cloudy from the Ohio Valley into New England, while it has remained generally clear across the western half of the nation. Later today, tropical downpours will drench the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, with many places receiving 3 to 5 inches of rain while storms continue across the southeast. The plains will be hot and sunny. It'll be dry, cool, and windy in the northwest.
celebrates over 40 years of the lowest discount prices. Buy our king for the price of their queen. Just $799.88. And that price includes our famous 8-piece linen package and frame. Over $350 worth of the finest quality merchandise at no extra charge. Or buy the world-famous Tempur-Pedic at the lowest discount prices. You gotta feel it to believe it. It's good to be the king.
Take it home with yours. Same-day delivery available. Buy it at any bar near you. In Florida, Boynton Beach, Tamarack, West Palm Beach, Deerfield, and Davie.
Hi, I'm Larry Coker for Evenings Delight. For the absolute best selection and prices on barbecue grills, fireplaces, and hot tubs, go where I shop, Evenings Delight. Come in today for great holiday specials. Oh, Evenings Delight delivers too.
Do you need lighting or fans? Save this Thursday through Saturday during South Dade Lighting's in-house clearance sale. Inventories are overstocked and many items will be sold at or below cost. South Dade Lighting, 130th Street and 87th Avenue.
Hurricane Katrina. More stars flee to safety. Next entertainment tonight. Who's running from the deadly storm now? Then, Donna Summer, the Disco Diva's all-new interview.
Was the high worth the low?
The day she passed out singing with Barbra Streisand.
I just blacked out.
Only we're backstage for her concert comeback. Plus romance news. Who desperate housewife Eva Longoria is kissing now? And which TV star proposed with this ring? Next ET.
Weeknights at 7 on CBS 4.
This is a CBS 4 UPN 33 Hurricane 2005 safety tip.
Hi, I'm CBS 4 Storm Specialist Brian Norcross. Your best evacuation plan is to stay in South Florida. Don't get trapped on the highway when a hurricane hits. It's highly recommended you ride out the storm in a safe building here in Miami-Dade or Broward, where the buildings are the strongest in the country.
This CBS 4 UPN 33 Hurricane 2005 safety tip is brought to you by these fine sponsors.
It will take more than a hurricane to distract Americans from the rising price of gasoline. In fact, the storm may drive short-term prices sharply higher since it forced refineries in the Gulf of Mexico to shut down. CBS News is reporting on the impact of the higher prices in a special series, the Cross Country Price Patrol. Jim Axelrod is driving coast to coast from New York to San Francisco. This morning, he's in Wyoming.
For years, the sign on the road into Wamsutter, Wyoming, said it all. But new blood is pumping here.
Yeah, I don't understand why they're raising gas prices. We should have plenty of oil just around here.
Everyone thought these oil fields were just about tapped out. But with oil near $70 a barrel, oil men are rechecking spots they'd left for dead.
There is many, many millions of barrels to be produced out of the aging fields in Wyoming.
How much can your harness take?
1,800 pounds.
There aren't enough roughnecks to keep pace, the guys who work the rigs.
Pressure is good.
So Wyoming just opened a school to train them.
What we're going to do here in the next 5 days is we're going to give you a glimpse of what drilling rig life is like.
John Muse teaches safety and technique. Roughnecking is tough work. These are real men.
I look at your attitude and your heart to see if you have what it takes to be a roughneck.
Well, most of them.
Step up on the ladder.
Climbing rigs is part of the training.
It's a little trickier than it looks.
Well, yeah, that's why they call it training.
I'm 15 to 18 feet high.
Yes, you are.
Seems a lot higher than that.
It feels a lot higher. Take a look around Wyoming, huh?
Yeah, I'm looking around Wyoming.
Wamsutter's exactly the kind of place roughnecks wind up. Thinking boomtown, swimming in cash? Forget it.
I really like Wamsutter. It's a little hole in the ground that I hate.
400 people live here full-time. 3 gas stations, 2 restaurants, and a coffee shack. 500 oil workers sleep in trailers. They don't pay taxes. Rosemary Rowe is about the only person in Wamsutter who benefits directly. She runs the only bar.
No, they don't want to stay here. They come in, they look at the town, and there's nothing here.
Right now in Wyoming, they could use about 1,000 more roughnecks. Dangerous work, but good money. 50 grand to start with overtime. This for a guy who may have been making minimum wage just a few weeks before. Jim Axelrod, CBS News, Rock Spring, Wyoming.
And we thank you for joining us this half hour. You're watching CBS News Up to the Minute.
For news 24 hours a day, log on to cbsnews.com. Experience CBS News.
A heavy toll. Katrina floods low-lying areas along the Gulf as dozens are killed by the massive storm. New Orleans escapes the worst of the storm, but the damage was still substantial. And predictions: Katrina's disruption of Gulf oil supplies may cause a big jump in gas prices. This is the CBS Morning News for Tuesday, August 30th.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Susan McGinnis. This morning, many communities along the Gulf Coast are facing recovery efforts that could take years. Hurricane Katrina, now a tropical storm, left a path of death and destruction from Louisiana to Alabama. After making landfall yesterday morning east of New Orleans, Katrina is losing strength as it heads north through Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky. Here's the latest. The storm is blamed for at least 55 deaths, most of them in Mississippi. More than 1 million customers are without power from Florida to Louisiana, and for some it may be months before electricity is restored. There is widespread flooding. Tens of thousands of homes and buildings are underwater. Early damage estimates range up to $26 billion. Coastal Mississippi took Katrina's strongest winds and highest storm surge. An official described the scene as complete devastation. At least 30 people died in one Biloxi apartment building. Bianca Solorzano is in Biloxi this morning. Bianca, good morning.
Good morning, Susan. We're standing here in Biloxi, not far from the beach, and it just one day after this storm hit so hard here, it's very, very difficult at this point to really comprehend all of the destruction, the death, what has happened here. You can see where we're standing. There's just, this could be any spot in Biloxi right now. There's downed trees, there's homes ripped to pieces, and when you walk around, you look at these debris and just try to figure out what you're seeing. As you mentioned, this storm hit so hard in this area to the east of New Orleans. Storm surge record 22 feet, winds up to 145 miles, and it went on for hours and hours. I can tell you that we saw a lot of damage yesterday as the wind was just starting to die down a bit. We took a chance and went out not far from the place we've been staying, and we saw homes gone. Not that they were just broken and damaged, they were gone. And the highway, 3 lanes of a major highway right in front of us, they're gone as well, just ripped into the sea. It's very, very hard to comprehend, but I'd have to tell you, Susan, that the obviously most difficult information that we're getting at this point, as you mentioned, are all of the people who were killed, at least 30 in one beachside condo right here in Biloxi. We're told that happened because the building collapsed. It gave way. The building we were staying in, a very similar to beachside condo here, that was swaying during the winds. You mentioned out of the 55 people, at least who were killed, 50 of them killed just in this Biloxi area. And unfortunately, we're told that as crews go out today looking for survivors, the death toll is expected to rise. And what's been so hard is meeting the people out in the streets as they're walking around. I can only describe their face as shell-shocked. Your heart breaks for them. They have lost everything here. Susan?
Wow, Bianca, so hard to comprehend. You survived Andrew. How would you compare this to that one?
I was living in Miami during Hurricane Andrew, rode it out in a home that was in an evacuation area, and our home was destroyed. But I would say this is reminding me so much of Hurricane Andrew from back in 1992, but just from what I've seen, this looks worse from the area that I was in, Andrew. There are homes that are gone, gas stations that are gone. It is just very hard to comprehend as you're walking around. You can't even take it all in. And we're just getting to go out there and look. I'm sure as the days go on and we're able to move a little bit more and move debris that's in the roadways, we'll be seeing even worse than we've already seen. Susan?
Wow. All right. Bianca Solorzano in Biloxi. Thank you. A last-minute turn by Katrina may have spared New Orleans the worst, but things are not good. Entire neighborhoods are underwater, and most are without power. In some areas, the water is 20 feet high, and many had to be rescued from rooftops, and there is severe wind damage. Lee Cowan reports.
There is no better way to get a true sense of Katrina's damage than from the air. It is, as one person said this morning, almost biblical. So catastrophic is the damage, the death toll is hard to estimate. For mile after mile, the worst fears of Gulf Coast residents have come true. In New Orleans, floodwaters inundated everything from neighborhoods to shopping malls, stranding people on top of their homes with nowhere to escape but up and out.
Okay, here, we've got a rescue in progress.
Rescues like these continued throughout the night, mostly for people who mistakenly thought Katrina was just another weather nuisance and not the real thing. Downtown, nearly 10,000 refugees took shelter in the New Orleans Superdome, only to have this happen. The roof, bit by bit, piece by piece, ripped away, exposing the safe haven to a gentler version of Katrina, but no less wet. No one was injured, but an already uncomfortable place of real estate got that much more unpleasant. Strangely, in the middle of all that water, there was enough fuel to feed a fire, flames that seemed almost senseless to put out. What wasn't burned was eaten up by either the wind or the water. All across the Big Easy, there's a sense of history this morning. No storm, not even Hurricane Betsy in 1965, the benchmark for catastrophic damage here, seems to compare to the wrath of Katrina. Out of all the times the city has had to clean up, this time, the job is simply overwhelming.
The city's water supply is undrinkable without boiling at first. Residents had to be rescued from rooftops as well as stranded cars. This New Orleans man was racing home. He thought he was driving onto the interstate. Turned out to be a highway to near disaster.
I didn't see the water. It just blends in with the gray of the road, and I just drove right into it. So, you know, but it was my fault. It was a stupid thing to do, and I did it.
Well, he was one of the lucky ones and made it out, but lost his car. The Pentagon has sent search and rescue experts to help in the hurricane area. Oil prices briefly spiked to near $71 a barrel as Katrina forced Gulf Coast refineries to shut down or reduce operations. Refiners are still assessing the damage, but some analysts predict gas prices could soar as much as 15 cents a gallon by week's end. Mark Strassman reports.
Wherever you live, Katrina's gonna cost you. Out in the Gulf of Mexico, the monster hurricane barreled through the heart of U.S. oil and gas refinery operations. The real long-term worry is any damage Katrina caused critical infrastructure, like those rigs and undersea pipelines. And refineries sitting in low-lying coastal areas may also have flooded. Some have called it a perfect storm to drive up gas prices.
They have no idea the magnitude of this damage. Is it a matter of days before things go back to normal, or a matter of weeks, or could be a matter of months?
Operations in the Gulf pump out almost 1.5 million barrels of oil a day. That's 1/4 of the U.S. output. Turn off those pumps, and prices you pay almost have to surge to new records. Last year, Hurricane Ivan stormed through the Gulf. Oil and gas infrastructure was so damaged, repairs took months. Oil prices jumped by almost 20%, and that spike has never really come back down. Katrina's damage could be that much worse. The first Category 5 hurricane to storm through the same oil field.
That's the big fear, there'd be an Ivan repeat, but possibly even worse.
So because of Katrina, oil traded briefly above a landmark $70 a barrel. A good sign you can expect another jump in prices you pay at the pump, almost immediately. It'll be a couple of days at least before energy companies learn the full scope of the damage, learn just how much their world has crashed down around them, and we learn how much more every American will have to pay for that damage. Mark Strassman, CBS News, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Just ahead on the morning news, the Price Patrol. Jim Axelrod rolls into Wyoming, where they're looking for oil and the men who will help find it. First, Bob Schieffer with a preview of tonight's CBS Evening News.
Tonight, the cleanup continues in the billion-dollar devastation of Hurricane Katrina. We'll have complete coverage on tonight's CBS Evening News.
This portion of the CBS Morning News sponsored by Purina, your pet, our passion.
Is your relationship in its early years, or are you old pals? Are you close friends in the great indoors, or a family in a full house? Are you living the Purina Cat-Chow way of life? Essential nutrition for each life stage or lifestyle, and access to behaviorists, nutritionists, and vets for a happy, healthy life together. Physical, emotional, complete. That's the Purina Cat-Chow way of life. Indoor cats crave wholesome grains and garden greens. Feed them Purina Cat Chow Indoor Formula for a happy, healthy way of life.
Is your life disrupted by 2 or more migraines a month? There may be hope for reducing that number, and it begins by calling this number. Get information that explains the difference. The difference between treating migraine symptoms and helping to prevent migraines. Treating means taking medicine after it starts and waiting for relief. Preventing means taking a daily prescription medicine to help reduce the number of migraines you get. Talk to your doctor and learn more. Get a free migraine prevention kit by calling 1-877-99-MIGRAINE or visiting 4migraineprevention.com. Find out about prescription medicines and how you may get fewer migraines. Take control by tracking your migraine patterns and learning what to ask your doctor. As with any medication, there is a risk of side effects, so ask your doctor if daily migraine prevention is right for you. Call 1-877-99-MIGRAINE and find out how you can have more days without migraines.
Get more out of your Dell PC with home installation, training, and virus assistance for your new PC for an additional charge. This Dimension desktop is $299 after mail-in rebate. Plus, get a free printer. Get more out of now. Dell PCs use Intel Celeron processors.
Bathroom is still life? How about bathroom as real life? Moen. Buy it for looks, buy it for life.
As gas prices soar, experts say short supplies of crude oil are at least partly to blame. Well, there are some men in Wyoming who say they can help, and oil executives say the only problem is there just aren't enough of those men around. Jim Axelrod is on the CBS Price Patrol.
For years, the sign on the road into Wamsutter, Wyoming, said it all. But new blood is pumping here.
Yeah, I don't understand why they're raising gas prices. We should have plenty of oil just around here.
Everyone thought these oil fields were just about tapped out. But with oil near $70 a barrel, oil men are rechecking spots they'd left for dead.
There is many, many millions of barrels to be produced out of the aging fields in Wyoming.
How much can your harness take?
1,800 pounds.
There aren't enough roughnecks to keep pace, the guys who work the rigs.
Pressure is good.
So Wyoming just opened a school to train them.
What we're going to do here in the next 5 days is we're going to give you a glimpse of what drilling rig life is like.
John Muse teaches safety and technique. Roughnecking is tough work. These are real men.
I look at your attitude and your heart to see if you have what it takes to be a roughneck.
Well, most of them.
Step up on the ladder.
Climbing rigs is part of the training.
It's a little trickier than it looks.
Well, yeah, that's why they call it training.
I'm 15 to 18 feet high.
Yes, you are.
Seems a lot higher than that.
It feels a lot higher. Take a look around Wyoming, huh?
Yeah, I'm looking around Wyoming.
Wamsutter's exactly the kind of place roughnecks wind up. Thinking boomtown, swimming in cash? Forget it.
I really like Wamsutter. It's the little hole in the ground that I hate.
400 people live here full time. 3 gas stations, 2 restaurants, and a coffee shack. 500 oil workers sleep in trailers. They don't pay taxes. Rosemary Rowe is about the only person in Wamsutter who benefits directly. She runs the only bar.
No, they don't want to stay here. They come in, they look at the town, and there's nothing here.
Right now here in Wyoming, they could use about 1,000 more roughnecks. Dangerous work, but good money. 50 grand to start with overtime. This for a guy who might have been making minimum wage just a couple of weeks before. Jim Axelrod, CBS News, Wyoming.
Straight ahead, your Tuesday morning weather, and in sports, on the U.S. Open's opening day, top seed Maria Sharapova is in top form.
Has to give her a hand. When my allergies get really bad, I feel like I'm in a fog. But I still want to enjoy doing the things I love, like taking pictures. Now I'm Claritin Clear. That means I'm staying in control of my allergies and staying alert. Only Claritin is actually proven to make you as alert and focused as someone without allergies. Claritin gives me non-drowsy relief from my worst sneezing, runny nose, and itchy eyes for 24 hours. Got it? 24-hour non-drowsy Claritin. Live Claritin Clear.
Tired
of always having to change the roll? Try new Charmin Mega Roll. It's 4 times the sheets in one. And it comes with the new Charmin Extender, so it fits. Mega Roll.
And breathe.
Reach for a unique 2-in-1 combination.
Aussie Mousse plus leave-in conditioner.
Eyes closed. With Mousse for flexible hold plus leave-in conditioner for healthy body. Add some roux to your do.
Presenting just a few of the 10 big reasons to shop Big Lots this week. Reason number 9, this Souter 2-shelf bookcase, just $9. Number 7, a 49-piece food storage organizer system, just $7. Reason number 3, fleece blankets, just $3 each. Number 2, 4 packs of Hanes Herway Breeze, just $2 each. And reason number 1, Turtle Wax Automotive Wipes, closeout price to just $1 each. See all 10 amazing deals at Big Lots or BigLots.com. What's your deal today?
Here's a look at the weather in some cities around the country. In New York, mostly cloudy and humid, 80 degrees. Miami, partly cloudy, 92. Chicago, sunny and 84. Denver, sunny and 88. LA, sunny and 86. Time for another look at what's left of Katrina and the rest of the day's weather. This morning's satellite picture shows Katrina's center moving toward the north with its swirling clouds spreading across the Tennessee and Ohio valleys. Skies are gray across the eastern Great Lakes and northeast, and it's clear in the west. Skies will clear later today along the storm-battered Gulf Coast. Katrina will be downgraded to a depression, but will produce flooding rains in the Tennessee and Ohio valleys, and it will be sunny and hot in the plains, cool and dry in the northwest. In sports, U.S. Open tennis opened with a big surprise. Last year's women's winner, Svetlana Kuznetsova, lost her opening match to fellow Russian Ekaterina Baikova. Kuznetsova is the first defending women's champ ever to lose in the first round. Other big names had a better start. Women's top seed, Maria Sharapova, lost only 2 games in her straight-set victory. On the men's side, Andre Agassi, who may be playing his last Open, began with a straight-set win that took only about an hour. In pro football, a scary moment for St. Louis and Detroit when Rams cornerback Terry Fair tried to tackle Kevin Jones of the Lions. Fair hit his head and didn't get up. It took several minutes to check him out, but Fair was okay with a minor neck injury. When we come back, another look at this morning's top stories and recalling Camille before Katrina, the Gulf Coast's worst killer storm in decades.
For news 24 hours a day, click on CBSNews.com. Brought to you in part by Walmart, bringing your community jobs, low prices, and support for neighborhood programs.
So, Doc, let's see what you can do for this poor seasonal allergy sufferer.
You're really miserable.
I've tried these. They only last about 6 hours. And all of these make me drowsy.
I think this will help.
Allegra 180, long-lasting and non-drowsy.
Not one of these allergy medicines can give you long-lasting seasonal allergy relief without the risk of drowsiness, but Allegra 180 can.
Allegra lasts the whole day and night.
For people 12 and over, side effects are low and may include headache, cold, or backache.
I'll take Allegra any day.
Long-lasting Allegra. The relief goes on.
I'm not a patient man. Waiting, not my thing. 1 hour photo, too slow. Fast food, not fast enough. Heartburn, who has the time? I take maximum strength Zantac. It's so fast I can take it before a meal to prevent heartburn or after to quickly relieve tough heartburn. And a leading prescription, it can take a day or more to fully work. That's just crazy talk. For me, maximum strength Zantac.
Hey, buddy, move it.
I like this guy.
Maximum strength Zantac, the speed you need against heartburn.
The Menendez brothers, Scott Peterson, the BTK killer. They were all nice, normal neighbors living on a street like yours.
Please help me. Mr. McNeil tortured his family.
Prosecutor Annabeth Chase takes on the cases that happened to the people next door.
You better have credible victims and physical proof. I do, and I will.
Close to home. CBS Tuesdays this fall.
Still frustrated by your lower back or neck pain? An astonishing new DVD exposes why most doctors have no idea what to do when their patients suffer with lower back and neck pain. They try drugs and other ineffective treatments, hoping that someday the pain will go away, but it never does. Don't take another pill or even consider surgery until you get your free copy of the DVD that can change the way you can live life without back or neck pain. Call the toll-free 24-hour recorded message now at 800-245-0956.
On the CBS Morning News, here's a look at today's weather. Bands of heavy rain and gusty winds will continue to sweep across the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, while thunderstorms soak the southeast. Skies will clear along the Gulf Coast. Here's another look at this morning's top story. Hurricane Katrina left a path of destruction along the Gulf Coast. At least 55 deaths are blamed on the storm. Tens of thousands of homes are flooded from Louisiana to Florida, and more than 1 million people have no electricity. Some experts say Hurricane Katrina could become the costliest storm since Andrew in 1992, and the full toll in lives and property loss won't be known possibly for weeks. For some victims, Katrina brings back vivid and unhappy memories. Anthony Mason reports.
Before Katrina came ashore, along the Gulf Coast, they had a name for the worst that nature could throw at them: Camille. They erected memorials to the lives she took and the devastation she wrought. A Category 5 monster, Camille slammed ashore in almost the same spot in August of 1969.
In modern times, it was the most powerful hurricane that we've had hit the U.S. coast.
More intense even than Andrew, with winds gusting up to 210 miles an hour.
Well, you just wouldn't believe. The wind was just, you've heard the expression of a locomotive coming through.
Camille produced the highest tidal surge ever recorded in the U.S., 25 feet. From Biloxi to Gulfport, 68 square miles of Mississippi coastline were just flattened.
What happened when the roof came off?
I almost had a heart attack. It was awful.
Cargo ships were thrown up onto piers. This Gulf sign survived, but the gas station didn't. At first, this woman couldn't find her house.
But mine was right down the corner, and I don't even see it. Yonder!
More than 250 people died. Entire families were wiped out. The Williams family perished in Hurricane Camille, 13 of them. In Camille's wake, 36 years later, Katrina has come. Not as intense, but a bigger hurricane attacking a more populated coast.
And so you're going to see similar kind of destruction with this hurricane, and people are going to remember this hurricane.
And when the debris is cleared, nature's devastation may have a new name here. They may be building memorials to the wrath of Katrina. Anthony Mason, CBS News, New York.
This morning on the early show, Harry Smith and Dave Price on the Gulf Coast with the latest on the devastation from Katrina. I'm Susan McGinnis. This is the CBS Morning News.
It's time to say goodbye to your fat pants. All 3 sizes of them. Now, Curves has a program that makes keeping the weight off feel just as good as losing it in the first place. The Curves 6-week solution starts September 12th. The power lasts forever.
Get more out of your Dell PC with home installation, training, and virus assistance for your new PC for an additional charge. This Dimension desktop is $299 after mail-in rebate. Plus, get a free printer. Get more out of now. Dell PCs use Intel Celeron processors.
The choice is yours. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. I think you go with this, because this is where it's at. You can get with this, or you can get with that.
Now a little number from Betty Bar. Betty Bar's #1 when it comes to airbed comfort. Buy this comfort at king-size bed at Betty Bar's David lower discount price. And that price includes our famous linen package and frame. Over $400 worth of quality merchandise at no extra charge. This king-size airbed features 2 digital controls with settings from 0 to 100.
Soft to hard.
When it comes to slumber, Betty Bar's got your number. home with yours. Same-day delivery available by the betting barn near you.
In Florida, Boynton Beach, Tamarack, West Palm Beach, Deerfield, and Davie.
Urgent news. Vioxx, a pain-relieving drug, has recently been withdrawn from the market by Merck & Company after having been associated with increased risks of heart attacks and strokes. If you or anyone you know has taken the medication called Vioxx and experienced a heart attack or stroke after taking the medication for an extended period of time, you may have a claim against the company that manufactured this product. You will not be obligated to pay any fees or costs unless a recovery is made in your behalf. Call the law offices of Robert J. Fenstershive at 1-800-LAWMAN-8 for a free consultation.
As Hurricane Katrina came ashore early yesterday, TV crews were there to meet it. All day long, coverage put people and equipment at risk to show what the storm was like at its worst. Here's a look at some of the coverage.
Let's take a look now. We've seen some corrugated aluminum get blown off this Ford dealership. We saw that happen between shots. So far, the Regent's Bank, we don't see any windows blown out there. Some of these gusts had to be over 80 miles an hour because I can barely stand up when we get hit hard. Let's look back over here again. The wraparound billboard has been ripped to shreds. Looking now back down towards 85. One lone car coming at us. I'm sorry, I-65 coming at us. There's the flag hanging in there. And again, get a look at the swaying power lines. We had one line over their arc about 3 hours ago, and it sounded like an explosion. And it was just one little arc of a power line. But since then, we haven't seen any flashes. As you can imagine, the power is out across a wide area. Then I guess you can get a sense when those winds get up above 60 miles an hour, you can just hear the wind howling through these telephone poles. Let's take a, whoa, let's turn back around here. Oh, gosh, I tell you what, it stings. It's like a sleet storm in the wintertime. We'll look back and you know what, I don't see anything else down there that's blowing our way. But again, these telephone poles are wavering. I'm not sure what's going to happen with those.
This is what everyone feared, the storm surge. Take a look out here. We are across the street from the ocean. The ocean has now reached across one lane of traffic, over the median, up another 12 feet, over another lane, and now here into this parking lot.
It's very eerie driving around New Orleans tonight. It's pitch black, there's no power, no lights. We've been dodging trees, limbs, and wires all night long. Even the police aren't sure where they're going. They're just groping in the dark like all of us.
And here's something else everyone has to watch out for in the streets tonight. The water. Underneath, who knows what lurks. A nightmare. These officers' tires got nailed by something under there.
Well, a lot of people didn't get out, so.
Any looters out there?
Yes.
How bad has that been?
Not very, but every city's catching it. And I mean, it's unfortunate.
Me and this guy did our best to clear away the streets that we could, but it is tough to do that. Anyway. And this is the skyline of New Orleans tonight, totally dark. Everyone will keep on driving in the dark like this, maybe for days. 900,000 people without power here in New Orleans.
And that's the CBS Morning News for this Tuesday. Thank you for being here with us. We hope you'll join us later for The Early Show. I'm Susan McGinnis. Have a great day.
For news 24 hours a day, log on to cbsnews.com. CBS News.
Coming up, ripping winds, blinding rain, Hurricane Katrina hit hard. What's left in her aftermath? Here are the dramatic real-life survivor stories on The Early Show.
The aftermath of Katrina. Tonight, assessing the damage. Also, the Price Patrol rolls into Utah on the CBS Evening News with Bob Cheever. Experience you can trust.
Mark Harmon stars in NCIS tonight on CBS. It's all here.
Watch the Fantasy 5 drawing tonight on CBS 4 News at 11, your lottery station. Now, live. This is CBS 4 News This Morning.
And good morning to you, South Florida. Good to be with you as always this morning. I'm Danielle Knopf.
I'm Angela Ray, and for Susan Barnett, here's a look at what's making news this morning.
80% of New Orleans underwater this morning. Reports that a levee has broken.
Pictures coming in of dramatic rescues as people in the area hope to return to what's left of their homes today.
Damage in the Biloxi area is extensive. More than 50 people killed in one nearby county alone.
In South Florida, crews are feverishly working to restore power, and we know which areas will turn on first. All-out team coverage on South Florida's weather station.
And we have a hostage situation to tell you about. It's happening at a South Florida grocery store. It happened overnight. We're live on a story that's all new for you this morning. Alrighty, it's 4:59. It's Tuesday, August 30th. It's back to school, South Florida. Miami-Dade County, at least. They had a long break.
They had a little break there. All South Florida public schools are back to business following Hurricane Katrina. Let's get a check of the weather with Pamela Wright. Pamela, good morning.
Hi there. Good morning. And here's our view. Nothing suspicious out there this morning. It is really hot, though. I guess that's not really suspicious anymore either. Can't shock you two. All right, temperatures this morning are in the low 80s. It's feeling even warmer than that with all the humidity. So yes, we'll talk about a feels like temperature over 100 again today. So we are still drawing in a south and southwesterly flow, so super steamy through the day today. And what it also means is we're going to get some showers and maybe even a thunderstorm rumbling through here later today. Well, it's still doing a lot more than rumbling. Check out the radar and satellite picture from Katrina, which is still a tropical storm this morning, has been over land nearly 24 hours and is still a tropical storm. Very heavy rain across the Tennessee Valley and into Kentucky. Thankfully, it's moving at a pretty good clip, but there still is going to be some localized flooding, and we do see it spreading up towards the northeast. So travel-wise, that could get to be a headache for many. So here's the 5 a.m. advisory with winds at 50 miles per hour, moving to the northeast at 18. It's just outside of Tupelo, Mississippi, and we do find it moving off in this direction and carrying copious amounts of moisture with it. So that will be the end of Katrina. We're at 92. That's how our high temps end today. But again, it feels like the low 100s. See you later.
Pamela, thank you. Ty Kennedy, good morning. How's traffic looking?
Hey, Angela, good morning. Things look pretty good for you overall. Let's move over to the maps and take a look and see how things are shaping up for you. Broward County, if you're heading north or southbound on 95, okay, things look pretty good for you there. No issues at all between commercial all the way down to 595. Bear in mind that there are still some intersections in Broward County where lights aren't working. You need to treat those as four-way stops. So just blow through those and hope for the best. That won't work. This report brought to you by Palmetto Ford. Give them a try before you buy and keep it here. We'll have another report for you in 10 minutes. In traffic control, Ty Kennedy, CBS 4 News this morning.
Well, the time right now is 5:02, and Hurricane Katrina has left a deadly mark across the Gulf Coast. And this morning, we're getting a look at the damage from above.
Well, at least 55 people have died in this storm, and now there's word that a levee has broken, leaving 80% of New Orleans underwater.
Our team coverage starts right now with CBS 4's Brian Andrews and the very latest from New Orleans.
Guys, hello from a pitch black downtown New Orleans tonight. There is not a light out there on Canal Street. There are dozens of people walking around. There is storm debris everywhere, and it is extremely dark. This is the calm after the storm now, and people are wondering what's going to be next. There are some new pictures that we have late tonight before the sun went down. The Coast Guard put up their helicopter to show us some of the flood damage around New Orleans. A lot of the neighborhoods here have extreme flooding, especially east of New Orleans in St. Bernard Parish. They have more than 40,000 homes there with significant water damage. We've been talking to you about the different venues in New Orleans that have been impacted by the storm, including the Superdome. We had some video of the Superdome that you can see where the winds from this monster storm caused havoc on the structure of the Superdome. People actually got wet inside as the winds from the storm did a number on the roof. We can tell you tonight that, yes, already people in New Orleans are looting. They have made a number of arrests, and there is a report tonight that someone has been shot in New Orleans for trying to loot a store. So that is going on. There has been some cleanup before it got dark tonight. We see a lot of neat little piles around the French Quarter of trash that has been picked up, but it would appear that the heaviest cleanup is going to begin in earnest tomorrow. The weather's supposed to be great, considering what we just went through. If you have loved ones in New Orleans, it's very difficult to get a telephone call. It has taken me at least 3 hours now just to get this one circuit out of New Orleans. So if you're trying to reach somebody by phone, you're going to have a hard time. That's because so many people are trying to make communications with their loved ones down here in New Orleans. That'll do it for now. Reporting from the Big Easy, I'm Brian Andrews, CBS 4 News.
Well, as you can see, the pictures of Katrina's devastation will simply take your breath away. Some in New Orleans saw everything taken away by floodwater. Take a look at these pictures. The water is close to reaching the rooftops of some homes. And in Mobile, Alabama, an entire billboard sign crashed through a business. That building was basically sliced in two from the force of that metal sign. Again in New Orleans, Katrina's winds were impossible to fight. This bird was trying to fly forward, but ended up going backwards. CBS 4's Yusila Ramirez is live in satellite control this morning with even more of the incredible pictures coming in as the Gulf Coast uncovers even more damage. Yusila.
Well, Danielle, this morning rescue teams are gearing up to head into neighborhoods and search for survivors and for those who didn't make it out. In Louisiana, more than 200 people have been rescued in boats from rooftops and attics. And at the Superdome, as you saw in Brian Andrews' piece in New Orleans, more than 9,000 people were seeking refuge. They were still stranded in there this morning, and it could be a while before things are even close to being back to normal.
Mississippi's governor calls the damage to coastal communities there catastrophic. Officials say close to 60 people have died in 5 counties, including 30 in one apartment complex in Biloxi. The death toll is expected to rise as authorities reach isolated communities. Still recovering from Hurricane Ivan last season, Alabama's Gulf Shore communities are now dealing with new damage, this time left behind by Hurricane Katrina. Inland, the storm caused damage in Alabama's Port County of Mobile. High-powered, wind-driven rain pounded the city. In the city of New Orleans, now underwater, rescue crews searched house by house for frantic residents who were scrambling to their roofs, fleeing the floods. Here's just one of the daring rescues by the Coast Guard.
Got a rescue in progress. The United States Coast Guard just pulled this man off the roof.
The search for the stranded is just beginning as you get this bird's eye view of the devastation from downtown near the Superdome. More trapped residents wait patiently.
I'm going to push in here tight to the Hyatt Hotel. And you can see that every single window here throughout this Hyatt Hotel is absolutely blown out.
If you move to the neighborhoods, there's no telling what can be saved. Fortunately, these folks were found by firefighters.
Next time when you say leave, we gonna leave. That's all.
They have a lot of people inside of their attics. They are screaming. We can hear them, and we're trying to get them out right now.
Though many of these homes are still standing, they're completely contaminated by the now stagnant standing water. At this marina, something sparked flames.
There is absolutely no way for fire department to get to this area.
And nearby, the hurricane has stacked these boats like toys.
Now, the 10 major hospitals in New Orleans are running on backup generators. It could be 2 months before power can be fully restored in that area. Now, one early estimate says losses from Katrina could reach $26 billion. That would top the $21 billion in damage left behind by Hurricane Andrew. That is the very latest. Yusila Ramirez, CBS 4 News this morning.
Yusila, thank you. Back here at home, school will be back in session this morning for students who attend Miami-Dade public schools. Some local Catholic schools, however, will stay closed, including LaSalle High School, St. Teresa Elementary, St. Brendan Elementary, St. Monica Middle School, and St. Kevin. All other Catholic schools in Miami-Dade will be open today. St. Coleman in Pompano Beach is the only Catholic school in Broward that is scheduled to stay closed. All public schools in Broward reopened yesterday. And crews are trying to bring power back to the people desperate for electricity days after Hurricane Katrina stormed ashore here at home. But they simply may not get it before the end of the week, unfortunately. CBS 4's Maribel Rodriguez has the details this morning from Coral Gables.
Oh my gosh! I don't know if we've got room for that much. But...
Armed with eyes, a Coral Gables police officer paid the Lehmans an unexpected visit.
If you need just call the station and we'll come back.
Oh, thank you very much.
Since Thursday, Kathy and Joel have been with no power, and that also means no AC.
It's not nasty, it's worse than nasty.
That's how Joel describes the weather inside his Coral Gables home, the heat making it extremely difficult for them to sleep.
It's very hard. You know, you sleep for an hour or two and then you wake up, and, you know, and you're hot and you can't breathe very well, and That's the hard part.
The Lehmans are just one of several thousands of customers still without power, but they say even though it's hot, sticky, and dark, they're grateful for what they still have.
I have a roof over my head. We had no structural damage. All we had was a lot of broken limbs, and so I'm in a very grateful mode, even though I'm very sweaty.
Maribel Rodriguez, CBS 4 News.
And we want to let you know that if you are still one of the over 118,000 customers waiting for power in Miami-Dade, this map may give you just a little bit of a better idea of when it'll be turned back on. Now, FPL says Key Biscayne and those living south of Southwest 184th Street will be up and running by today. The selected areas in blue will be restored tomorrow. Now, the green areas on Thursday, and people living in the region marked in orange will simply have to wait the longest, unfortunately, with their power expected to be restored on Friday. Let's take you to Broward now, where 37,000 customers are still without electricity there this morning. And again, look at those red areas. Those areas should be restored by the end of the day today. People west of Flamingo Road will see electricity by tomorrow. The rest of the county should be back at full power by late Thursday at the latest.
Well, power isn't the only problem. If gas prices weren't high enough, guess what? Drivers are soon expected to pay an average of $2.75 a gallon, courtesy of Katrina. That storm swept through the Gulf of Mexico, where several production facilities and oil refineries are stationed, damaging at least one major distribution center. Coming up new at 5:30, we'll have more on the pain at the pump for all of us after Katrina.
And if you'd like to help victims of Hurricane Katrina, you simply have to give Neighbors for Neighbors a call. Their number is 305-597-4404.
And for the very latest on the cleanup from Hurricane Katrina, keep it here on CBS 4 News or on our sister station, UPN 33. We'll have complete coverage on the storm's impact here in South Florida and across the country.
The time right now is 5:10, and we do have some breaking news coming out of Hollywood. 3 people have been shot there around 1826 Johnson Street. Hollywood Fire Rescue transported those 3 people to Hollywood Memorial Hospital about 20 minutes ago. Once again, 3 people have been shot. We're talking about the area around 1826 Johnson Street. We have a crew on the way, and we'll have more just as soon as we get it.
511 new this morning out of Cooper City. A tense situation ends when police arrest a suspect accused of holding hostages at gunpoint inside a supermarket. CBS 4's Nefertiti Jacquez live on the scene with more for us. Nefertiti, good morning.
Good morning, Angela. Apparently this happened at some point late last night. We're going to take you out to the scene. This was a scene of what was a hostage holdup at this Albertsons in Cooper City. That's when police say one male suspect went into the store attempting to rob it, but a witness who saw the whole thing go down, called police, allowing police to arrive on scene quickly. So the suspect did not have time to flee, but he allegedly did have time to hold about 3 to 4 people hostage. At this point, we have minimal information. We don't know exactly how many people were in that Albertsons or whether or not they suffered any injuries at the time. But the good news in all of this is that that suspect was captured and was taken in by police. That's all we have as of right now, but once we have more, we will bring you the very latest. That is here in Cooper City. Nefertiti Jacquez, CBS 4 News this morning.
Alrighty, it's 12 minutes after 5 o'clock right now, and straight ahead for you, we're going to bring you a live report from one of the areas hardest hit by Katrina.
The Category 4 hurricane is blamed for spawning a tornado in Georgia. We have the pictures.
And in other news this morning, a home suddenly explodes on the East Coast.
Pamela right here in Weather Control. Katrina is still a tropical storm. Where is it churning now? We'll take a look. Might affect your air travel today. Speaking of the air, ooh, is it soupy out there? See you in a minute. We'll take a look at your Tuesday.
County Line Lexus makes the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event even more golden. Right now, lease a luxurious new LS 430 loaded with leather, CD, and sunroof for only $499 per month. $499 for only 36 months. Take advantage of huge Lexus Golden Opportunity savings, plus sign and drive on every new Lexus with absolutely no money down and no money out of pocket during the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event going on right now at County Line Lexus, home of the Lexus way.
Your phone bill got you down? Try a better alternative. Welcome to the new Super Telecom.
Every day at fairs, we deliver unbeatable prices, style and selection guaranteed. And now, get a jump on some of the biggest savings of the year, only at Bear's incredible pre-Labor Day weekend sale. this Wednesday. Get up to 50% savings on every item in our showroom. No interest 1 year, 24-hour delivery. Wednesday, come prepared to take advantage of Bear's pre-Labor Day weekend sale. Beyond the ordinary.
Hello, I'm CBS 4's Jade Alexander. South Florida firefighters are going all out for charity, and you can help make it a success. A portion of the proceeds from the sales of the South Florida Firefighters 2006 calendar will benefit Neighbors for Neighbors. That means we can continue to connect those in need with those who can help. Call 305-597-4404 to learn where you can get your copy.
Underwritten by Bank United and Herbert Hoover Foundation. If you see news in the making, dial star CBS 4 on your T-Mobile cellular phone.
5:14 is the time right now. Let's get a check of the roadways. Okay, Mr. Ty, how's it looking?
Hey, Angela. Good morning, Danielle. Not looking too bad for you. Let's start off taking a look at the Palmetto and see how things are shaping up for you there. Overall, pretty good ride for you if you are heading north or southbound. No real issues. Right around Okeechobee, you will find some construction southbound on the Palmetto that's blocking part of our right lane, but it's not slowing traffic down too much in that area. Moving over to the maps, we do have a crash report, and you're going to find that on the Turnpike. Heading northbound right around Coral Way, that'll slow you down just a bit. Turnpike southbound, no issues at all, so it's moving along fairly well, as well as US 1 heading towards the downtown area. This report brought to you by Barbecues Galore. Keep it here. We'll have another report for you in 10 minutes. In traffic control, Ty Kennedy, CBS 4 News this morning.
Well, bad weather caused by Katrina is being blamed for spawning a possible tornado in Georgia. As many as 30 homes have been damaged or destroyed, and one person was critically hurt when bad weather moved through. You don't just get the mess of a hurricane, you possibly get other weather activity.
Tornadoes around it, exactly.
To make matters even worse.
Exactly. As we hear so many times from Max Mayfield, I think he got a tattoo, but a hurricane is not a single point, and it's just with this one we definitely see that, because from New Orleans, which has gotten so much of the attention, to Georgia and Florida, and now into Tennessee and other areas. In fact, if we want to, we have some live pictures this morning coming in to where the rain is coming down, and nothing like a tropical storm in Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah. Very heavy rain going on there. You can see the camera bouncing around. So it is a rough morning still across the deep south, and that is spreading into the northeast. So we'll take a look at that as well. Super steamy here this morning. We're talking about temperatures in the low 80s, but it feels closer to 90. Humidity's at 91%. We are officially on the stickiness scale, super steamy. We don't see that a whole lot. Southeast winds coming in at 6. And let me show you this morning on that southeast wind. We've had a few spotty showers, not too many. We're not going to see too many this morning. This afternoon, we do have a decent shot for a thunderstorm. You might welcome one to cool you down a little bit. With Katrina spinning now, just still in Mississippi and moving towards Tennessee and spreading the rain with it, we still do have that southerly influence because of the winds all the way around Katrina. So we find it spending nearly 24 hours over land, and it's still a tropical storm. So that tells you something about the strength of this system. Winds are at 50 miles per hour this morning. It's 35 miles to the north and east of Tupelo, Mississippi, and moving to the northeast at 18. So it is moving quickly. That's one good thing. But the winds are still very gusty this morning, and the rain will continue, the whole shield of it, to spread towards the northeast and will be affecting the big cities in the northeast later on today and through the day tomorrow as well. So sticky sunshine for you here at home. Here's the true view of the day, and we do see some of those spotty storms popping up, and we'll let you know if any get too interesting later on today. Hot sunshine tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Wednesday. A couple of afternoon storms being pushed over this way, and that means the second half of the week, Thursday and Friday, well, we're going to have a better chance of thunderstorms because we're actually going to have a very weak front. Cold front? What? Not a big one, but strong enough to our north, so a little bit of energy there, and we're going to be down in the tropics with a better chance for thunderstorms kicking in the second half of the week and even into the weekend. All right, let's check out the tropics quickly this morning. Here we are, TD 13 we had, and now we're seeing what's going on with that one as it's moving up towards the north, whether it's still holding on to tropical depression status. We'll watch that throughout the day, and then still watching not a lot of storms, but still a pretty good swirl with this area that we know we do need to pay attention to, but it's still way out there. Speaking of way out there, Just kidding. 92, your high temperature today. Steam and sun. There's so much heavy yucko stuff to talk about. Don't want to depress myself. South winds at 10 to 15, so I have to entertain myself on your time, so sorry about that. Light chop on the bay waters. A tropical breeze tonight keeps you feeling like the mid-80s out there. No more than a quick shower, and there are those storms more likely for the end of the week. Have a safe morning. See you later.
Thanks, Pamela. 5:19 straight ahead. What led to the shooting death of several people inside a church? Also, a drug that some believe can reduce the risk of death if you have a heart attack. That's just ahead in Dr. Sean's medical file. And lightning strikes in South Florida, sending a woman to the hospital and damaging a home. Details all new for you at 5:30. But first, take a look at the numbers on Wall Street. We'll be right back.
CBS 4 News Traffic is sponsored by Palmetto Ford. Give us a try before you buy. 305-592 Ford.
Dr. Phil is all new, and he's taking on overspending parents.
I shouldn't have to answer you for every dime I spent.
What have you spent that he doesn't know about?
All new Dr. Phil.
Today at 3 on CBS 4.
Inside Star Chef Rachel Ray's kitchen, 30-minute meals for all.
That's so easy.
And supermodel Naomi Campbell's very revealing beauty trick. Next, Oprah.
Today at 4 on CBS 4.
Still frustrated by your lower back or neck pain? An astonishing new DVD exposes why most doctors have no idea what to do when their patients suffer with lower back and neck pain. They try drugs and other ineffective treatments, hoping that someday the pain will go away, but it never does. Don't take another pill or even consider surgery until you get your free copy of the DVD that can change the way you can live life without back or neck pain. Call the toll-free 24-hour recorded message now at 800-245-0956.
Hi, I'm Larry Coker for Evenings Delight. For the absolute best selection and prices on barbecue grills, fireplaces, and hot tubs, go where I shop, Evenings Delight. Come in today for great holiday specials. Oh, Evenings Delight delivers too.
If you're a radio-controlled fanatic like I am, you know where to go. Warwick's Hobby Superstore. Warwick has RC boats, planes, cars, and trucks, from small to unbelievable. If it flies, floats, or rolls, Warwick has it. Plus lots of knowledgeable people around to help beginners or experts. Warwick has so much stuff I can hardly keep my hands off it. Come on, you guys. This isn't funny. Warwick's Hobby Superstore, your place for family fun.
The beautiful furniture you want gets delivered today. Come into El Dorado Boulevard, a different kind of furniture store.
A shooting leaves 5 people dead, including the gunman in Sash, Texas. Police say a man opened fire on a church congregation on Sunday, hitting 2 people. He also reportedly shot 2 others dead in a nearby vehicle. Detectives say the gunman ran to his home nearby, held police at bay for 9 hours, then shot himself. Police are still trying to figure out why the gunman did it.
A blast rips apart a home in Pennsylvania and also destroys the one right next to it. A man removed a gas dryer from his Philadelphia home without properly capping the pipe. That family eventually came home, opened a window, and that's when a spark ignited a buildup of gas. The house next door was also blown up. Ironically, it belonged to a veteran firefighter. At least 2 people were injured.
A fire at an immigrant lodge in Paris draws calls to action for the needy in France. 3 African immigrants were seriously injured when a blaze broke out in a rundown Paris apartment building where they were living illegally. 10 others were also injured, including 4 firefighters. The blaze comes just days after another fire in Paris killed 14 African children and 3 adults.
Well, 5:22 is the time right now. Let's get another check of the roadways.
Okay, Ty, how's it looking?
Hey, Danielle, good morning. Angela, Broward County, things look pretty good for you. 595 moving along at the posted speed. Let's take a look. No issues. This is near Pine Island Road, east or westbound. Looks great. Pine Island on your approach back to 441. The only thing going on in Dade County this morning, Turnpike northbound at Coral Way. Earlier accident slowing down just a bit. Looking at your travel times this morning, 75 from the 595 area on your approach to Palmetto, 18:21 minutes. 95 from the 595 area on your approach to the Golden Glades, 10 to 12 minutes, and on 95 from the Golden Glades to the Dolphin, 12 to 15 minutes. Keep it here. Another report coming up for you in 10 minutes in traffic control. Ty Kennedy, CBS 4 News this morning.
5:23 is the time right now. Just ahead, a man playing a dangerous game in the storm.
The cleanup from Katrina continues here in South Florida.
And gas prices could take a big hike, but the question this morning, how much? We'll have more on that in just a few minutes.
You may want to save that money for your power bill if it's back on to crank up the AC. We're talking about some tropical sauna-like heat around here. I will discuss, and we'll look ahead to the weekend. We deserve one. See you in a bit.
Hey, Mr. Opportunity again. If you're one of those people who likes to have choices, then you are going to love my next two words, Honda Clearance. Because it's your opportunity to pick the Accord, Civic, Odyssey, or any other Honda you want for a deal that's very nice. Come on, Honda Plus Clearance? Do I have to draw you a picture? You get it? The 2005 Honda Clearance. Now you can lease a top-of-the-line Pilot EX for $269 a month for well-qualified customers. I'm Mr. Opportunity. I'm back, and I'm still knocking.
Alcohol-related traffic deaths have been on the rise in Florida since 1998. To reverse this deadly trend, law enforcement agencies around the state will be conducting additional DUI checkpoints and saturation patrols in the weeks prior to Labor Day.
Sir, have you had anything to drink this evening? No. Okay.
Assigning more officers to DUI enforcement activities on the weekends. If you drive while impaired by alcohol or other drugs, you will be caught.
You drink and drive, you lose.
It's the ultimate sofa sale, when every single sofa without exception will be on sale at Rooms to Go. Save on leather sofas, motion sofas, sleeper sofas, and fabric sofas. Every sofa in every Rooms to Go showroom will be reduced to shocking low prices. It's an incredible opportunity, the ultimate sofa sale at Rooms to Go. Every sofa is on sale now through Tuesday.
This is one way to find out what your home is worth. Or simply go to housevalues.com. Find out what your home is worth free at housevalues.com. For your free home value report, go to housevalues.com.
CBS 4 Weather is sponsored by the South Florida Water Management District, protectors of the Everglades.
It is 5:26 this morning in Dr. Sean's medical file. A heart attack patient with a statin drug may have a better chance of survival.
Well, a new study shows that giving a heart attack patient a statin drug right away reduces the chance he or she will die by 50%. Statin drugs are used to lower cholesterol levels and prevent strokes and heart attacks in the long run.
Obese adults appear to be missing out on important health screenings. A new study finds that despite their often higher risk of disease, obese adults had lower rates of mammography, pap testing, and flu vaccinations than normal weight people. Investigators speculated an anti-fat bias could be playing some role.
Teenagers who walk to school appear to reap the healthful benefits, that is, and helpful throughout the day. A new study finds teens that get to and from school on foot show more physical activity overall than classmates who get a ride to school or take the bus. Researchers say that walking in the morning leads to more activity. When I was in New York, I walked a lot.
Did you?
Yeah, so I missed that.
Yeah, my parents would never let me walk to school, unfortunately. Yeah. Missed out on that exercise. 5:27 is the time right now. Weather and traffic just a minute away.
And our coverage on Hurricane Katrina continues with a live report from one of the hardest hit regions.
And drawing comparisons to Katrina and a devastating hurricane back in the 60s.
Plus, danger on the job for a South Florida postal worker, the victim of a lightning strike. CBS 4 News coming back in 60 seconds.
Do I love getting taken for a ride? What I don't love is when the big guy gets taken for a ride on his auto insurance. That's where calling insurance.com can help. With just one easy phone call to a knowledgeable licensed rep, you can compare rates from top auto insurance companies, buy the policy that's right for you, and you could save hundreds. Compare, buy, save at insurance.com.
Call now and start saving now. 888-700-1466.
Looking for smart solutions? Pick up a copy of today's Herald.
Now, live, this is CBS 4 News This Morning.
Good morning to you, South Florida. It's 5:30. It is Tuesday, August 30th. I'm Angela Ray for Susan Barnett. And I'm Danielle Knox. Good to be with you as always this morning. Let's get another check of the weather. Here's Pamela Wright. Hi, Pamela.
Speaking to you this morning, and you can hear me, right?
Yes,
I can hear me now. All right, this morning, let's see what's going on. We're talking about an extra steamy morning for you. It already feels close to 90 degrees out there, but we don't have many showers around, so things here are under control. Here's where it is not under control, and that still is in the south and moving up into the Tennessee Valley. Still a tropical storm, even though Katrina has been onshore for nearly 24 hours. And usually it just shows you how very strong the system was. We're still holding on to some of the brighter cloud colors here, the higher cloud top. Still some serious storms coming down with this, especially over Tennessee and into Kentucky, spreading up to the northeast. And if I could draw better there, that would help. But that rain, I'll show you on this picture, will continue to spread up towards the north. Rather stormy in Cincinnati now, and heavier rain and thunderstorms even going on this morning in the northeast, unrelated, but then more rain that will be coming in. So I'll show you still a tropical storm with Katrina, and winds are at 50 miles per hour. We'll slowly watch it die down, but the rain is going to be around for a while, and that could affect you across the country today. A couple of afternoon storms, definitely steamy, strong sunshine to fill your day. We'll take a look at the rest of your week in just a bit. I'll see you then.
All right, Pamela, thank you very much. It's 5:31. Let's get another check of the roadways. Here's Ty Kennedy. Ty.
Hey, good morning, Danielle. All is well on most of the roads throughout South Florida. Let's move over to the maps. Do need to remind you that traffic lights aren't working at a lot of intersections, and you do have to come to a complete stop. That would be the best thing to do, as opposed to the car that decides to come with you and doesn't come to a complete stop, so you could crash there. That wouldn't be a good idea. 95 looks good for you from Commercial all the way down towards the 595 area and beyond. No issues there. Only thing going on right now is the Turnpike northbound rider on Coral Way. You will find an accident reported there. The 836, the 826, and the 112 all moving along at the posted speed. So that's good news for you out there on the roads. This report brought to you by Palmetto Ford. Give them a try before you buy and keep it here. We'll have another report for you in 10 minutes in traffic control. Ty Kennedy, CBS 4 News This Morning.
It is 5:32. Let's take a quick look at some of our top stories making headlines this half hour. Authorities estimate at least 50 people have been killed along Mississippi's Gulf Coast by Hurricane Katrina. And in New Orleans, rescue crews have been out in boats saving people off the tops of their roofs. Power is out for hundreds of thousands of people in southeast Louisiana. Now, an early estimate says Hurricane Katrina's damages could run as high as $26 billion, making it the costliest hurricane since Andrew hit South Florida back in 1992.
School will be back in session this morning for students who attend Miami-Dade public schools. Some local Catholic schools, however, will stay closed, including LaSalle High School, St. Teresa Elementary, St. Brendan Elementary, St. Monica Middle School, and St. Kevin. All other Catholic schools in Miami-Dade will be open today. St. Coleman in Pompano Beach is the only Catholic school in Broward that's scheduled to stay closed. All public schools in Broward have been open since yesterday.
And police in Coral Gables trying to make things just a little more comfortable for those who still don't have power. Yesterday, police officers went door to door handing out ice and water. One couple says they've been trying to sleep in very hot conditions and were delighted to get the ice-cold delivery. 140,000 customers are still reportedly waiting for power in Miami-Dade and over 48,000 others in Broward County.
Police in Cooper City arrest a man who allegedly held people hostage at gunpoint inside a supermarket there. The tense situation began a little after 11 last night at the Albertsons located at Griffin Road and Palm Avenue. A customer called authorities saying the gunman was holding several people at bay inside the market. SWAT teams were called in and surrounded the building. A short time later, the suspect gave up and was arrested. Fortunately, no one was hurt.
Well, first at 5:30 this morning, Hurricane Katrina has left a deadly mark across the Gulf Coast, and this morning we're getting a look at the damage from above.
At least 55 people have died in the storm, and now there's word that a levee is broken, leaving 80% of New Orleans underwater.
CBS 4's Bianca Solorzano live in Biloxi, Mississippi this morning with more. And Bianca, I can only imagine the devastation there.
Oh, good morning, Danielle. Good morning, Angela. Yes, of even being here, it is hard to take it all in, all of the destruction, the devastation. As you mentioned, at least 50 people were killed just in this area. 30 of them were all in a beachside apartment building, and when that collapsed, they were killed. Unfortunately, we're told that as people go out searching for survivors today, the death toll is expected to rise.
No one has a full picture of Katrina's destruction yet, but this is the view over New Orleans.
Looks like a bomb completely blew up this side of the building.
And this is the damage in just one Biloxi neighborhood.
It's like somebody dropped a bomb.
All along the Gulf Coast, mountains of debris and too much water. Katrina stormed ashore east of New Orleans. A levee broke and the flooding came fast.
This area is completely underwater. I'm looking at about 5 feet of water everywhere we look.
Residents who didn't follow orders to evacuate scrambled to attics and roofs and waited for rescue. Emergency crews helped hundreds get out, and the governor told everyone it was too dangerous to go back.
The roads are flooded. The power is out, the phones are down, and there is no food or water.
Here in Biloxi, everywhere you look, there is just destruction, whether it's a car that's been smashed, a home just ripped to pieces. As you walk around and look at all the debris, it's really hard to take in. You just look piece by piece and try to figure out what this once was.
Katrina's last-minute turn hit Mississippi and Alabama hard. A record 22 feet of storm surge and 145-mile-per-hour winds didn't just tear up roads, they leveled homes.
It is sad. It's just, it was a beautiful place, and it's not anymore.
Death toll estimates have started to come in from coastal Mississippi and are expected to climb.
And Danielle and Angela, I'm sure all your viewers there in South Florida, they can really relate to the folks here. I can tell you, I'm from Miami. I went through Hurricane Andrew, was in a home that was destroyed. We lost our home, and this place, it's reminded me so much of South Florida back in 1992. The same feeling, people just in shock. They have lost everything. Reporting live from Biloxi, Mississippi, I'm Bianca Solorzano. Now back to you.
And you know, Bianca, that's what I was going to ask you. I know that you were here for Andrew back in 1992. In terms of comparisons, how does Katrina there in Biloxi, Mississippi compare to Andrew here in Miami, Florida?
Well, I was in Andrew, living there with my family. I'd grown up there in Miami, and we were in a very southern part of Miami near 176th Street, southwest 176th Street. That area really hit hard. Comparatively, it's reminding me so much of it as I walk through the streets, that same feeling, just the house is gone, the trees everywhere, everything ripped to bits. Part of the highway just washed away. So just from where I rode out this storm and where I was for Andrew, it's very similar from what I'm seeing so far.
All righty, thank you very much. I appreciate that report. Bianca Solorzano live in Biloxi, Mississippi. Thanks, Bianca.
We want to give you a live look now at some pictures from Nashville, Tennessee, as Hurricane Katrina continues to menace the U.S. It is starting to rain very hard there. Tropical storm Katrina, is it now? Right. Goodness gracious. But it is still having an impact on the United States and will continue to do so. I believe Pamela's model showed it moving on out at some point on Friday. But right now, Nashville, Tennessee, getting some rain from what is now Tropical Storm Katrina. But Hurricane Katrina is prompting many comparisons to Hurricane Camille. That Category 5 monster stormed ashore in August of 1969 in almost exactly the same spot. From Biloxi to Gulfport, the Mississippi coastline was flattened by the storm, which produced the highest tidal surge ever recorded in the U.S., 25 feet.
And you know, unfortunately, we see these stories all the time, but take a look at this. This is a good example of what not to do during a hurricane. The man on your screen decided to test his limits against Katrina's high winds in Mobile, Alabama. Despite nearly tripping, though, fortunately, that man was not injured.
Jeez. In Mississippi, a rather bizarre sight when floodwaters filled the first floor of a highway patrol station. Swimming next to a floating chair, a fish. Officers and dispatchers were inside that building when the water started rising. They took refuge on the higher floors of the 6-story building.
5:39 is the time right now, and a postal worker waking up in the hospital this morning after getting struck by lightning. A home was also damaged by the strike that happened during a strong storm in our area yesterday. CBS 4's Art Barron has the story this morning from Fort Lauderdale.
A 40-year-old postal worker struck by lightning is transferred by air rescue from North Broward Medical Center to Broward General Medical Center in Fort Lauderdale. She was on her route in Margate, had just walked to this mailbox at 511 Southwest 63rd Way when a bolt of lightning hit a tree, then struck her shoulder and exited her foot. Jessica Pastor found her lying on the ground, face down.
She started freaking out, saying, "Call 911, call 911." And they did, and she said she was pretty badly hurt. I mean, she was bleeding from her head. Sneakers were kind of blown off. Her fingertips were white. Her shorts were shredded. Shirts were shredded. And, I mean, the girls are really upset.
Neighbors say the rain was just starting to fall when they heard a loud crash.
It was a very loud noise. I mean, it sounded like a bomb blowing up in the backyard.
It was close. I ran inside, and I'm usually not scared of lightning. I live down here in Florida, but it was so close. I saw the flashing, and I just ran inside.
The injured postal worker was air rescued to the hospital.
She was conscious at the time, but she was unable to speak. She had a pulse.
Then, a short time later, another lightning strike, this one hitting the roof of a house in Lauderhill. It traveled through electrical lines, causing a dishwasher to burst into flames. Pauline Doyley heard the explosion.
It sounded like a bomb. It was really, 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 It was quite scary.
Pauline wasn't hurt, but her house has considerable smoke and water damage.
Art Barron, CBS 4 News.
It is now 5:40, and straight ahead for you this morning, even more on the Katrina cleanup effort still underway here at home in South Florida.
One man rescued by a reporter in the right place at the right time.
And a full report on your gas and how pumping up could empty even more of your wallet.
Hi there. Good morning. Pamela Wright in Weather Control. The radar all quiet here. That is not the case with what's left of Katrina. Still a pretty strong tropical storm this morning. We'll check it out in case you're heading to an airport or just staying put for the week ahead. I'll give you a look. See you in a minute.
County Line Lexus makes the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales event even more golden. Right now, lease a fabulous new RX or ES 330 loaded with leather, CD, and sunroof for only $399 per month. $399 for only 36 months. Take advantage of huge Lexus Golden Opportunity savings, plus sign and drive on every new Lexus with absolutely no money down and no money out of pocket during the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales event going on right now at County Line Lexus, home of the Lexus Way.
Nature's own white wheat. All the nutrition of wheat bread with a look and taste of white.
Do you need lighting or fans? Save this Thursday through Saturday during South Day Lighting's in-house clearance sale. Inventories are overstocked and many items will be sold at or below cost. South Day Lighting, 130th Street and 87th Avenue.
Before you leave on your vacation this summer, take a look at your auto insurance. Are you certain that you're getting the best price? You should know Mercury Insurance consistently beats its competitors in head-to-head rate comparisons. Florida drivers can save over $500 a year. So whatever road you take this summer, take Mercury along.
Mercury Insurance, going the extra mile for you. For a fast, free quote, call 888-4MERCURY.
Chevy's proud to be the #1 selling passenger car brand in America. We have 9 cars with at least 30 highway miles per gallon. We've always broken the rules. Now we're rewriting them with the Chevy Employee Discount for everyone. You pay what we pay, not a cent more. We're continuing the Chevy Employee Discount for everyone. Get employee pricing on almost every 05 Chevy vehicle. See your Southern Chevy dealers.
For a good.
If you see news in the making, dial star CBS 4 on your T-Mobile cellular phone.
Well, it's 5:44 right now. Let's get another check of the roadways.
That's right, Ty Kennedy. Is it heating up yet?
It's actually looking pretty good for you. Overall, you do have a couple problems you have to worry about, and most of those are taking place on the Turnpike. Before we get to that, let's look at the Palmetto Expressway and see how things are shaping up for you there. The near 122 and southbound traffic looks a little slow. There is construction right around Okeechobee with a right lane block that may slow you down. Just beyond that, you have lanes closed in the Palmetto southbound between the Dolphin and Bird Road. 2 left lanes are closed due to construction. Stay to the right, you're able to get through that really without an issue. Just a reminder, a lot of traffic lights still aren't working. You have to treat those as 4-way stops. Let's move over to the maps and see what else is going on. On the Turnpike this morning, a lot of activity. Northbound at Coral Way, you'll find an earlier hit-and-run crash slowing you down just a bit. Also a crash reported northbound on the Turnpike at Campbell Drive, and northbound Turnpike right around Southwest 112, you'll find a wreck. Moving into Broward County, things look pretty good for you. 595 looking good, as well as 441 and 75 this morning. Your travel times, 595 from the 95 area on your approach 75, 15 to 20 minutes. South Dixie Highway 95 to Kendall Drive, 18 to 23 minutes. And on the Palmetto Dolphin 275, that trip's going to take you roughly about 11 minutes. This report is brought to you by Chevron. Keep it here. Another report coming up for you in 10 minutes in traffic control. Ty Kennedy, CBS WFOR News this morning.
Deadly flooding in New Orleans after Katrina. This man had to be rescued from his car after, you can see there, it gliding into a large pool of water on an interstate. Look at this rescue, and a reporter was nearby and ran into the water to help the man out of his sinking car. The driver said he couldn't see the water because it blended in with the gray of the road. Oh. We reporters serve various purposes.
You know, it was interesting to me when I saw that for the first time yesterday to see how that reporter just didn't even think.
Yep.
You know, you suddenly are not a reporter. You're just a
see something
human
not
being.
right,
Yeah,
and you
right. Human being first, and so he just flew into the water and with no regard for his safety. So.
I'm not a reporter. I'm a human being.
Is there a difference?
Sometimes we wonder. All right, let's see what's going on this morning. 81 Miami, 82 Fort Lauderdale. A lot of lessons learned here this morning. Super steamy out there. Stickiness scale is a 9. 89 is what it feels like out there. All right, let's take a look. And I do think if anybody has a big T-shirt, it'd be like Brian Andrews, like rip open his shirt and have a big like B on there.
Oh, a B.
Brian Mann. Okay. Anyway, it's been really horrible what's been going on with Katrina. And this morning, the rain continues to be very heavy. Thunderstorms continue to be strong. We have a tropical storm in the middle of the country. So here we look. I'll show you. You see the reds and purples disappearing on this satellite picture, but we're still indicating some pretty strong storms and definitely a lot of rain still coming down, especially in parts of Tennessee and moving into Kentucky this morning. Nashville, very gusty winds. And look, even some of the bands affecting Atlanta. So again, you know, travel-wise, that's going to affect a lot of people. And this will continue spreading up towards the north and northeast, and we can see that from this map. Now, actually, a piece of energy in the northeast, something different, but feeding off the same moisture, really. Some heavy storms there, and that will continue for the next day or two. Sticky sunshine for you today. Sticky sunshine with some spotty storms. We do see those. Tomorrow, we're in the middle of the week, and we'll find still mainly just a few afternoon storms. The heat is what will get our attention, but later in the week, better chance of thunderstorms around here, and some will be on the heavy side. Quickly, I'll show you what's going on in the tropics. What's left of TD13, well, it's really flared up this morning, but it's pushed off to the north and not doing a whole lot. And then this swirl right here, it's over 500 miles away now from the Cape Verde Islands. Not a lot of storms with it this morning, but that's the area we'll pay closest attention to today. We're at 92. We could have some storms this afternoon. I would expect at least a few. South winds for boaters at 10 to 15, and that tropical flow stays with us tonight. So your breezes will be warm and will stay near 80. Here we are. Pretty decent day tomorrow, and then storms becoming more likely for your end of the week and holding on into the weekend. See you later.
Pamela, thank you. It's 5:48 right now, and here at home in South Florida, many are still dealing with Katrina's aftermath.
Yeah, flood of frustration for those trying to dry out after having their homes swamped. CBS 4's Lee Davalos is in Florida City with more.
With tears streaming down her face, Michelle Rainey says the floodwaters during Hurricane Katrina ruined everything in her home, including her electric wheelchair.
Porch was completely under. We're trying to take fans. We've lost, we've lost it all. Landscape, all my husband's landscaping, everything.
The Rainey's house on 6th Avenue and Southwest 5th Street in Florida City is one of the many that flooded during the storm. Down the street, Mark Rubio is trying to dry out his family's cars.
We got one car ruined there. That got in and then broke the timing chain, and engine broke valves, and that's the worst.
This here is the lift station to pump the water out of the neighborhood. There's one at this end of the street at the far end, and there's one at this end of the street.
Bill Rainey says many homes and their possessions could have been saved if only the pumps that were installed last year on their street had been working.
Yeah, the whole system is in, it's just not connected to the final leg. And it's been that way for almost a year.
But Florida City Mayor Otis Wallace says the $5 million project is not yet completed. The city is waiting for $3 million in funding to finish the job.
It will be done when the state legislature, water management, and the city and federal government all get together to come up with the remainder of the money. As I said before, it's a $5 million project. $2 million of it has been obtained.
And even if they were finished, he says the pumping stations are only meant to work in a normal flood situation.
For the normal flood events that have plagued that area in the past, the pumping system will handle it because there are places to pump the water to. But when there's wholesale flooding of the entire county, there is no place to pump it to. And that's the dilemma we face here, that there's no place to send the water.
Lee Davalos, CBS 4 News.
5:50 now. CBS 4 News this morning will continue. Right now, we're going to have some pictures pretty soon of Nashville, Tennessee. Katrina still powerful as a tropical storm, now hammering that area.
And you know, in New Orleans, same situation. Reports this morning that 80% of the city is underwater and another levee has broken.
But next, two stories. All new this morning, a deadly overnight shooting in Hollywood.
And an overnight hostage situation at an Albertsons store.
Okay, finding gas isn't a problem anymore. Affording it could be the problem. We'll explain.
First, though, take a look at the lunch menu for Miami-Dade and Broward County schools. There it is. And make it a great day, everybody. We'll be right back.
CBS 4 News Traffic is sponsored by Palmetto Ford. Give us a try before you buy. 305-592 Ford.
From the cleanup at home.
Hurricane help is thriving across South Florida.
To the Gulf Coast destruction.
Pictures coming in are truly amazing.
CBS 4 News is covering every angle of Katrina with Brian Andrews live in New Orleans.
Here in New Orleans, it's now all about the cleanup.
Plus the latest on power and flooding right here in South Florida.
If you're waiting for your power to be restored, we can now tell you which day you can expect to have it back.
For continuing coverage after Katrina.
Live CBS 4 team coverage.
Keep it on CBS 4 News.
Athlete's foot keeps coming back no matter what you do? Fed up with itchy feet? Stop Athlete's foot in its tracks with dual-action Zeosorb AF powder. Zeosorb AF contains an effective medicine that kills athlete's foot fungi. And Zeosorb AF keeps your feet and toes dry to help stop athlete's foot from recurring. You too can enjoy healthy, happy feet. Get doctor-recommended dual-action Zeosorb AF powder.
Get Zeosorb, available at CVS and Walgreens.
Closer, clearer, stronger than ever before. Presenting the superior sound quality of the new alternative fiber optic network in the state of Florida, which no other phone company can offer. with new long-distance calling plans starting as low as 1 cent per minute. Welcome to the new Super Telecom.
You gotta love this place.
Ashley Furniture Home Store, the fastest growing furniture retailer in America, is now open in 4 great locations.
Yo, we're gonna love this place.
Now you'll be able to purchase the #1 selling home furniture brand in America at true Ashley Direct prices. Plus, during our grand opening, you'll enjoy no interest until 2007 and next day delivery. This is one grand opening you can't afford to miss.
Ashley Furniture Home Store. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. You're gonna love this place.
1 in 4 Americans has some form of heart disease. Hi, I'm CBS 4's Maggie Rodriguez. Many families have been affected by heart disease. That's why I urge you to join me at the 2005 Miami-Dade County Heart Walk on Saturday, September 17th at Peacock Park in Coconut Grove. Together, we can raise funds for life-saving heart and stroke research. For more information, call 305-856-1449 and help CBS 4 and the American Heart Association change tomorrow today.
It is 5:54 right now. Hurricane Katrina is causing chaos on the streets and, of course, at the pumps.
Yes, indeed. The storm's impact will soon be felt at gas stations throughout the country in the form of pumped-up prices. Here's CBS 4's Carrie Codd.
If you thought these prices were bad, just wait.
We got to do something. We cannot just stand by and just see what's happening.
But short of a protest, drivers from coast to coast are angry and bracing for another hit. No, not from a hurricane, but from a gas price increase after Hurricane Katrina.
I think it's unfair. I think it's abusive, honestly. And well, I would have expected our government to be a little bit more prepared.
But it's drivers who should be prepared to spend an extra 20 to 30 cents per gallon by the weekend. And even those trying to help hurricane victims are getting squeezed. The Daily Bread Food Bank is not only fighting hunger, now they're fighting rising gas prices as they deliver food to the needy.
We're going to get that food into the community, so another item on our budget will be what will suffer. Maybe we won't get the fence fixed the way we had planned. Maybe we'll take those dollars and put it into gas and fuel.
The problem? Katrina barreled into an area filled with oil and gas production facilities. That briefly raised the cost of a barrel of oil to a new high, $70. And drivers wonder why government seems powerless to stop the increase.
They should have some type of cap or something during the time that would go through this so we could at least deal with it. Right now, it's just going to skyrocket, and we don't know when it's going to stop.
Carrie Codd, CBS 4 News this morning.
Oh, Danielle.
I know, and you know, well, speaking of pumped up prices, Ty Kennedy's got traffic. So. Hey there, Ty.
Hey, good morning, Danielle. Good morning, Angela. Good thing about leaving to go to work this time of the morning, you don't have to worry about idling in traffic because there isn't much of anything going on. Let's take a look. This is 595 where it meets Pine Island, and no issues in Broward County except for the traffic lights in certain intersections that aren't working. And again, I cannot stress how important it is to treat that as a 4-way stop. Miami-Dade County got a couple things going on the turnpike wrapping up. Northbound Coral Way, you'll find a crash. Northbound at Campbell Drive, you'll also find an accident. And a little bit further down south, northbound turnpike at Southwest 112th, an earlier crash. But again, things look pretty good for you in Broward County. Miami-Dade County, those traffic lights aren't working there as well. Treat that as a 4-way stop. Now your travel times look good for you. 595 westbound, 95 to 75, 15 to 21 minutes. South Dixie Highway, 95 to Kendall, 18 to 22. And on the Palmetto from the Dolphin, 75, that trip will take you 11 to 15. Keep it here. Another report coming up for you in 10. Traffic control, Ty Kennedy, CBS 4 News this morning.
Ahead, our Yusila Ramirez is gathering dramatic pictures in the CBS 4 Satellite Center. Katrina is still doing quite a number on the Gulf Coast.
Also, a late-night fire in Hialeah to tell you about. That's all new for you at 6 o'clock.
But first, check out your winning lottery numbers. Good luck to you. We're coming right back at you.
Have you lost your home to foreclosure? We can help. Call Home Plus Solutions today at 305-651-8711. Losing your home was painful enough. Let HPS assist you in the healing process. If your home was sold at a court auction, it may not be too late to recover money from the sale. Let our team of legal recovery experts start working for you now with absolutely no upfront charges. And remember, we only get paid if we recover money for you. Call Home Plus Solutions, a full-service foreclosure solutions firm.
Since 1954, Miami-Dade County has been the home of the Whopper. But when Burger King needed a new world headquarters, the question was simple. Here or to go? With the help of the Beacon Council, they had it their way and decided to invest $68 million and keep more than 600 jobs right here. Make it Miami, Miami-Dade County. Brought to you by the Beacon Council and CBS 4 in partnership to strengthen the economy of Miami-Dade County.
used to worry about nasty germs and ugly stains. But now I use Lysol toilet bowl cleaner. Lysol's powerful formula clings, killing germs. It gets under the rim. Look how fast tough lime scale disappears. Watch this. It destroys tough rust stains, leaving the bowl sparkling clean. And it kills germs to help protect my family.
Life demands Lysol. That's a fact. To clean and brighten your toilet, try Lysol toilet bowl cleaner with bleach.
City Furniture has irresistible prices on entire collections for your home.
The Serengeti collection features 2 great dining rooms, a choice of coordinating living room groups, and a beautifully crafted bedroom.
Plus, City Furniture now offers same-day delivery, 7 days a week, and no payments for 1 full year.
Let's take you to the scene.
Video you'll see only on 4.
Breaking news.
Did you know there are 50 endangered or threatened species that call the Everglades home? Help these animals survive and thrive. Be careful not to pollute this unique natural resource.
This message is underwritten by the South Florida Water Management District, protector of the Everglades.
It is 5:59. Let's take a look at the stories we're working on for 6 o'clock.
80% of New Orleans is underwater this morning. Reports that a levee has broken.
And dramatic rescues as people in the area hope to return to what's left of their homes today.
It's the day after Hurricane Katrina, and the Gulf Coast, after it hits the Gulf Coast, is a Category 4. I'm Yusila Ramirez with a better look at the devastation from the CBS 4 News Satellite Center.
All right, Yusila, damage in the Biloxi area extensive. More than 50 people killed in one nearby county alone.
And in South Florida, crews are feverishly working to restore power, and we now know which areas will be turned on first. All-out team coverage on South Florida's weather station.
Plus, a hostage situation at a South Florida grocery store overnight and reports of a triple shooting. Both stories all new this morning. Your news station starts right now.
Now, live, this is CBS 4 News This Morning.
6 a.m. Tuesday, August 30th. I'm Angela Ray. Susan has the day off.
And I'm Danielle Knox. Good to be with you as always this morning. Let's get a quick check of the weather to get you started and on your way. Once again, here's Pamela Wright. Pamela.
Hi there. You're just showing us a couple of pictures right there, and it just sure makes it seem like our Katrina was just like a little inconvenience, wasn't it?
Exactly.
All right, this morning the information continues to come out with that system, which is still a tropical storm, just to show you how very strong that hurricane was when it came in. Temperatures this morning here, super steamy. We're in the low 80s. We're not having any problems out there. You don't even have too much rain to get through this morning at all. Thunderstorms will be widely scattered later this afternoon, and the steam heat will be more of the story. But there it is, over land, nearly 24 hours and still holding tropical storm status. That is impressive. Very windy, gusting nearly 50 miles per hour in Nashville with heavy rain this morning. Bands of thunderstorms going through Atlanta. If you have to go through there, that might mess you up a bit. 92 will be your high here at home today. Dodging a few storms, getting back to school today in Miami-Dade County, so be careful. Still some lights out and the roads will be a little extra tricky. All right, see you later.
Pamela, thank you. Ty Kennedy, how are the roads looking?
Not looking too bad. You will find a couple things you have to worry about, but most overall, actually it looks pretty good for you. Let's move over to the maps and start off in Broward County, and we will take a trip down 95 and then take a look at 75 and see how things are shaping up for you there. 95 north and southbound, no issues between Hillsborough all the way down to the 595 area. 75 still moving along at the posted speed. No real problems there, as well as 95 heading into the Golden Glades. Once you get down south, you will find a couple things you have to worry about. On the Turnpike northbound at Coral Way, you'll find an earlier accident taking place there. Right around the Turnpike where it meets the Don Shirley, you got problems there, and construction on the Palmetto heading northbound. You'll find that between the Coral Way area on your approach to the Dolphin. A couple lanes are blocked. If you stay to the right, you're able to get through that really without an issue. This report brought to you by Palmetto Ford. Give them a try before you buy and keep it here. Another report coming up for you in 10 minutes in traffic control. Ty Kennedy, CBS 4 News This Morning.
Now, first at 6 this morning, Hurricane Katrina has left a deadly mark all across the Gulf Coast. And this morning, we're getting a really close look at some of the damage from above.
What we know so far is 55 people have died as a result of that storm. And now there's word that a levee has broken, leaving 80% of New Orleans underwater.
Our team coverage starts right now with CBS 4's Brian Andrews and the very latest from New Orleans.
Guys, hello from a pitch black downtown New Orleans tonight. There is not a light out there on Canal Street. There are dozens of people walking around. There is storm debris everywhere, and it is extremely dark. This is the calm after the storm now, and people are wondering what's going to be next. There are some new pictures that we have late tonight before the sun went down. The Coast Guard put up their helicopter to show us some of the flood damage around New Orleans. A lot of the neighborhoods here have extreme flooding, especially east of New Orleans in St. Bernard Parish. They have more than 40,000 homes there with significant water damage. We've been talking to you about the different venues in New Orleans that have been impacted by the storm, including the Superdome. We had some video of the Superdome that you can see where the winds from this monster storm caused havoc on the structure of the Superdome. People actually got wet inside as the winds from the storm did a number on the roof. We can tell you tonight that, yes, already people in New Orleans are looting. They have made a number of arrests, and there is a report tonight that someone has been shot in New Orleans for trying to loot a store. So that is going on. There has been some cleanup before it got dark tonight. We see a lot of neat little piles around the French Quarter of trash that has been picked up, but it would appear that the heaviest cleanup is going to begin in earnest tomorrow. The weather's supposed to be great, considering what we just went through. If you have loved ones in New Orleans, it's very difficult to get a telephone call. It has taken me at least 3 hours now just to get this one circuit out of New Orleans. So if you're trying to reach somebody by phone, you're going to have a hard time. That's because so many people are trying to make communications with their loved ones down here in New Orleans. That'll do it for now. Reporting from the Big Easy, I'm Brian Andrews, CBS 4 News.
And as you saw a little bit there, the pictures of Katrina's devastation will certainly take your breath away. Some in New Orleans saw everything taken away by the floodwaters there. Take a look at these pictures now. The water is close to reaching the rooftops of some homes.
In Mobile, Alabama, an entire billboard sign crashed through a business. The building was basically sliced in two from the force of the metal sign.
And once again, taking you to New Orleans, Katrina's winds were impossible to fight. This bird, for example, was trying to fly forward, but ended up going backwards.
Oh, my goodness. CBS 4's Yusila Ramirez is live in satellite control with more of these incredible pictures coming in as the Gulf Coast uncovers more damage. Yusila.
Well, truly unbelievable, Angela. Rescue teams are gearing up to head into neighborhoods this morning and search for survivors and for those who didn't make it out. In Louisiana, more than 200 people have been rescued in boats from rooftops and attics at the Superdome. In New Orleans, the more than 9,000 people who hunkered down there are still stranded, and it could be a long while before things are close to being back to normal.
In the wake of Hurricane Katrina, we're hearing just one of the many heartbreaking stories, like this one from this Mississippi man who lost his wife.
We got up in the roof, all the way to the roof, and water came and had just opened up, divided.
Who was at your house with you?
My wife.
And where is she now?
Can't find her body. She gone.
You can't find your wife?
Oh, she told me, she told me, I tried. I hold her hand tight as I could, and she told me, you can't hold me. She said, take care of the kids and the grandkids and my kids.
Mississippi's governor calls the damage to coastal communities there catastrophic. Officials say close to 60 people have died in 5 counties, including 30 in one apartment complex in Biloxi. The death toll is expected to rise as authorities reach isolated communities. Still recovering from Hurricane Ivan last season, Alabama's Gulf Shore communities are now dealing with new damage, this time left behind by Hurricane Katrina. Inland, the storm caused damage in Alabama's Port County of Mobile. High-powered, wind-driven rain pounded the city. In the city of New Orleans, now underwater, rescue crews searched house by house for frantic residents who were scrambling to their roofs, fleeing the floods. Here's just one of the daring rescues by the Coast Guard.
Got a rescue in progress. The United States Coast Guard just pulled this man off the roof.
The search for the stranded is just beginning as you get this bird's-eye view of the devastation from downtown near the Superdome. More trapped residents wait patiently.
I'm going to push in here tight to the Hyatt Hotel. And you can see that every single window here throughout this Hyatt Hotel is absolutely blown out.
If you move to the neighborhoods, there's no telling what can be saved. Fortunately, these folks were found by firefighters.
Next time when you say leave, we gonna leave. That's all.
They have a lot of people inside of their attics. They are screaming. We can hear them, and we're trying to get them out right now.
Though many of these homes are still standing, they're completely contaminated by the now stagnant standing water. At this marina, something sparked flames.
There is absolutely no way for fire department to get to this area.
And nearby, the hurricane has stacked these boats like toys. On the ground, the storm's power and fury gulped up the Gulf Coast as it came ashore, a Category 4 hurricane.
Well, the 10 major hospitals in New Orleans are running on backup generators. It could be 2 months before power can be fully restored. One early estimate says losses from Katrina could reach $26 billion. That would top the $21 billion in damage left behind by Hurricane Andrew. That's the very latest. Yusila Ramirez, CBS 4 News this morning.
And we also want to let you know that school will be back in session this morning for students who attend Miami-Dade public schools. Now, some local Catholic schools, though, will stay closed, including LaSalle High School, St. Teresa Elementary, St. Brendan Elementary, St. Monica Middle School, and St. Kevin. All other Catholic schools in Miami-Dade will be open today. St. Coleman in Pompano Beach is the only Catholic school in Broward that's scheduled to remain closed. All public schools, by the way, in Broward reopened yesterday.
And crews are trying to bring power to people desperate for electricity days after Hurricane Katrina stormed ashore here, but they might not get it before the end of the week. Here's CBS 4's Maribel Rodriguez with more from Coral Gables.
Oh my gosh! I don't know if we've got room for that much, but...
Armed with eyes, a Coral Gables police officer paid the Lehmans an unexpected visit.
And you need just call the station and we'll come back.
Oh, thank you very much.
Since Thursday, Kathy and Joel have been with no power, and that also means no AC.
It's not nasty, it's worse than nasty.
That's how Joel describes the weather inside his Coral Gables home, the heat making it extremely difficult for them to sleep.
It's very hard. You know, you sleep for an hour or two and then you wake up, you know, and you're hot and you can't breathe very well, and that's the hard part.
The Lehmans are just one of several thousands of customers still without power, but they say even though it's hot, sticky, and dark, they're grateful for what they still have.
I have a roof over my head. We had no structural damage. All we had was a lot of broken limbs, and so I'm in a very grateful mode, even though I'm very sweaty.
Maribel Rodriguez, CBS 4 News.
Now, if you're still one of the over 118,000 customers waiting for power in Miami-Dade, this map might give you an idea of when you can expect it to be turned back on. FPL says Key Biscayne and those living south of Southwest 184th Street will be up and running by today. The selected areas in blue will be restored tomorrow. The green areas on Thursday. And people living in the region marked in orange will have to wait the longest, with power expected to be restored on Friday. In Broward, 37,000 customers are still without electricity. Again, the red area should be restored by the end of today. People west of Flamingo Road will see electricity by tomorrow. The rest of the county should be back at full power by Thursday at the latest.
And you know, power isn't the only problem folks are facing. If gas prices weren't high enough, drivers are soon expected to pay an average of $2.75 a gallon, courtesy of Katrina. The storm swept through the Gulf of Mexico, where several production facilities and oil refineries are stationed, damaging at least one major distribution center. Coming up new at 6:30 this morning, we'll have more on the pain at the pump for all of us after Katrina.
And if you'd like to help victims of Hurricane Katrina, give Neighbors for Neighbors a call. Their phone number, 305-597-4404.
And for the very latest on the cleanup efforts from Hurricane Katrina, keep it right here on CBS 4 News or on our sister station, UPN 33. We'll have complete coverage on the storm's impact here in South Florida and across the country.
And developing news right now out of Hollywood. 3 people have been shot there around 1826 Johnson Street. Hollywood Fire Rescue transported 3 people to Hollywood Memorial Hospital about 20 minutes ago. Again, 3 people shot in Hollywood at 1826 Johnson Street. We do have a crew on the way. Danielle?
12 minutes after 6 o'clock, and new for you this morning coming out of Cooper City. Police arrest a man who allegedly held people hostage at gunpoint inside a supermarket. The tense situation started a little after 11 o'clock last night at the Albertsons located at Griffin Road and Palm Avenue. A customer called authorities saying the gunman was holding several people at bay inside the market. SWAT teams were called in and surrounded surrounded the building. A short time later, the suspect surrendered and was arrested. The good news is no one was hurt.
Inspectors in Hialeah are currently investigating what led to an evening house fire. No one was inside the home located at 3540 West 1st Avenue at the time of the fire. One firefighter suffered minor burns to the back of his neck. Authorities believe something might have been left on after power was restored to the residents.
6:13 is the time right now. And just ahead, more on Katrina, certainly something we're going to follow for you all morning long.
Also, what led to the shooting death of several people inside a church.
Also ahead this morning, a drug some people believe can reduce the risk of death if you have a heart attack. That's just ahead in Dr. Sean's medical file. We'll be right back.
This is a CBS 4 UPN 33 Hurricane 2005 safety tip.
Hi, I'm CBS 4 storm specialist Brian Norcross. Never use candles during a hurricane. While the wind is blowing outside, you don't want to have an open flame inside. A little accident can start an inferno in an instant. Be sure to have at least one flashlight and extra batteries for every member of your family.
This CBS 4 UPN 33 Hurricane 2005 safety tip is brought to you by these fine sponsors.
Nature's own white wheat. All the nutrition of wheat bread with a look and taste of white.
Before you leave on your vacation this summer, take a look at your auto insurance. Are you certain that you're getting the best price? You should know Mercury Insurance consistently beats its competitors in head-to-head rate comparisons. Florida drivers can save over $500 a year. So whatever road you take this summer, take Mercury along.
Mercury Insurance, going the extra mile for you. For a fast, free quote, call 888-4-MERCURY.
Urgent! Employee Pricing Plus. Save up to $82.83 on Grand Cherokee. Save up to $56.55 on Jeep Liberty. Employee Pricing Plus at Dade Jeep Chrysler. Southwest 158th Street and US 1.
Every day at fairs, we deliver unbeatable prices, style and selection guaranteed. And now, get a jump on some of the biggest savings of the year, only at Fairs' incredible pre-Labor Day weekend sale. This Wednesday, get up to 50% savings on every item in our showroom. No interest 1 year, 24-hour delivery. Wednesday, come prepared to take advantage of Fairs' pre-Labor Day weekend sale. Beyond the ordinary.
If you see news in the making, dial star CBS 4 on your T-Mobile cellular phone.
6:16 is the time right now. Let's get a check of the roadways.
Okay, Ty.
Hey, good morning, Angela. Things look pretty good for you overall. Not much going on this morning. Let's get a look at the Palmetto and see how traffic is picking up for you this Tuesday morning. Southbound traffic looks fairly busy now. 122 on your approach to 103rd. No accidents reported on this stretch of the road. However, if you are heading northbound, you'll find some construction taking place right around the Coral Way area that at times blocking lanes. Could slow you down just a bit. Broward County, only thing going on there, Turnpike northbound at Atlantic, you had an injury crash. That's causing some delays. Your travel times this morning look like this. 95 from the 595 area on approach to the Golden Glades, 15 to 17 minutes. 95 the Golden Glades to the Dolphin, 17 to 21 minutes. And if you're on the Dolphin from the Palmetto to 95, 18 to 23 minutes. This report is brought to you by Citizens Property Insurance. Keep it here. Another report coming up for you in 10 in traffic control. Ty Kennedy, CBS 4 News this morning.
Thanks, Ty. Alrighty, Pamela Wright's here with a look at our weather. And, you know, we talked about this a little bit before, and it's so true. The fact that Katrina came as a weak Category 1, and then all of a sudden, just, you know, and all the devastation there. So we were lucky considering.
I know, considering everything. Exactly. This morning, Katrina is still a tropical storm. Now, you remember when it came in here, just barely a hurricane, was over land for such a short period of time, and was downgraded to a tropical storm. Right. Well, now it's been on land for almost a whole day, 24 hours, and it's still a tropical storm.
Wow.
So much more powerful, and counting our downed trees, but our blessings as well.
That's right.
This morning. All right, let's see what's up. You are with schools back in and everything, and hopefully the lights are on and everybody will get out of the home safely. Super steamy, that is for sure. You will feel that today. Let me show you what's going on with Katrina still strong and spinning, moving towards Tennessee or through Tennessee this morning. We're going to hold on to at least being influenced by this with our winds, south and southwest winds coming in through the day today. So with that, incredible steam heat and also off and on showers, here and there showers. How about that? All right, this is moving so slowly. I will probably never in my life get through this entire graphic. So I'll just move along. What we're going to talk about were temperatures today here being in the low 90s, feeling like the low 100s easily. Flooding rains, the big story across the U.S., and also bands of still some pretty decent thunderstorms feeding out of the Gulf of Mexico across the Panhandle and into Atlanta today. Look at them, only at 84 with all the rain. 81 in Birmingham, 90 steamy degrees as they try to clean up around New Orleans and across the Gulf Coast today. The storms, the rain, even the wind spreading up towards the northeast. It's muggy, 82 in New York today with rain and thunderstorms likely. 92 your high around here today. Oh, if only it would feel like 92. Already feels like 90 this morning. Seas at 2 to 4 with a light chop on the bay waters. Not bad out there. Tonight the light breeze will certainly be a warm tropical one, and we will see the storms, the number of them, increase towards the second half of the week. You have a good morning. See you later.
Pamela, thank you. It is 6:19 right now. Just ahead this morning, what led to the shooting death of several people inside a church? Police may never know. And find out why Katrina could have all of us paying more at the pump. But how much more? And a live report from one of the areas hardest hit by Katrina. Okay, check out the numbers on Wall Street. It was an up day yesterday. We like that. Stay with us.
CBS 4 News Traffic is sponsored by Palmetto Ford. Give us a try before you buy. 305-592 Ford.
Sell your house in 24 hours. Call 1-800-NO-AGENT. Do no repairs. Pay no commissions. Call 1-800-NO-AGENT. Get an offer on your house now. Call 1-800-NO-AGENT. Have your cake and eat it too. Call 1-800-NO-AGENT.
Warwick's Hobby Superstore. Wall-to-wall fun. 15,000 square feet of slot cars, rockets, erector sets, models, RC boats, cars, and planes. I've never seen a guy jump that high.
Not to mention the best selection of model trains and layouts, and Thomas & Friends wooden trains anywhere.
So if you're serious about having fun, step into Warwick's Hobby Superstore. Hey, no crash. Warwick's Hobby Superstore, your place for family fun.
Looking for smart solutions? Pick up a copy of today's Herald.
Mary, what are you doing?
A little demonstration. Each empty glass represents 1 month you don't have to pay if you finance your new furniture at Rooms to Go.
Well, let's see. First payment, April 2007. That's a lot of empty glasses.
Uh-huh.
What are those?
Annoying checks that you will be writing every month if you finance your new furniture at other stores.
That's bad. Luckily at Rooms to Go, no really means no.
No money down, no minimum purchase, no interest, no payments until April 2007.
Good demonstration.
Bet the competition doesn't think so.
No.
A shooting leaves 5 people dead, including the gunman in Sash, Texas. Police say a man opened fire on a church congregation on Sunday, hitting 2 people. He also reportedly shot 2 others dead in a nearby vehicle. Detectives say the gunman ran to his home nearby, held police at bay for 9 hours, then shot himself. Police are still trying to figure out why he did it. Well, a blast rips apart a home in Pennsylvania and also destroys the one right next to it. A man removed a gas dryer from his Philadelphia home without properly capping the pipe. That family eventually came home, opened a window, and that's when a spark ignited a buildup of gas. The house next door was also blown up, but ironically, that house belonged to a veteran firefighter. At least 2 people were injured. A fire at an immigrant lodge in Paris draws calls to action for the needy in France. 3 African immigrants were seriously injured when a blaze broke out in a rundown Paris apartment building where they were living illegally. 10 others were also injured, including 4 firefighters. The blaze comes just days after another fire in Paris killed 14 African children and 3 adults. It is 6:22 right now. Let's get another check of the roadways.
Hi, Ty.
Hey, good morning, Angela. Good morning, Danielle. Things looking pretty good for you. So far, so good. Remember, approaching the intersections where traffic lights aren't working, treat those as a four-way stop. Today and tomorrow, parts of the, at times, the 7 Mile Bridge could be closed as they film a science fiction movie. Don't worry, delays will be no more than 5 minutes. Things look pretty good for you in Broward County. No accidents reported there. Earlier injury crash on 95 near Atlantic clearing up. And as we look at your travel times, Turnpike Okeechobee to Bird Road, 21 to 23 minutes. 95, 595 to Hillsborough, 20 to 23 minutes. And on the Palmetto southbound, 836 to Down Shula, 11 to 15. Another report coming up for you in 10 in traffic control. Ty Kennedy, CBS 4 News this morning.
All righty, Pamela.
Hello, you two. You got a hair on your nose, but I got it. Go ahead.
See, only she would notice that. I didn't even notice that. Not that I don't look at you that closely.
Justin, nobody would have seen. I'm just biting my tongue. All right, we're at 92, or we will be. You know what? It already feels like it this morning. Makes the hair on your nose curl. A few afternoon storms. We do expect that. Just Hilda, the good witch weather woman. All right, see you later.
All right,
I feel pretty.
Coming up at 6:30 for you this morning, a lightning strike in South Florida sends one woman to the hospital, and the other lightning strike that happened actually damaged a home as well.
Rescue and recovery efforts in the Big Easy.
And obese adults may be missing out on important health screenings. That's coming up in Dr. Sean's medical file. We'll be right back.
We wanted to save money, so we called Buy Owner.
They took care of things we didn't even realize would come up.
The second person that saw the house bought it.
With Buy Owner's help, we filled out the contract right here with a buyer.
And we saved $15,000. Thanks, Buy Owner.
Thanks, Buy Owner.
The Menendez brothers, Scott Peterson, the BTK killer. They were all nice, normal neighbors living on a street like yours.
Please help me. Mr. McNeil tortured his family.
Prosecutor Annabeth Chase takes on the cases that happen to the people next door.
You better have credible victims and physical proof. I do, and I will.
Close to home. CBS Tuesdays this fall.
Subterranean termites cause billions of dollars in damage every year. Many companies only treat here, leaving the majority of your property unprotected. Truly Nolan's 3-zone protection plan provides the most technically advanced termite treatment. Zone 1 treats breaches in the interior. Zone 2 protects the entire foundation. Zone 3 covers additional areas conducive to termites. And this mouse backs it up with a million reasons. Only with Truly Nolan's 3-zone protection plan.
Marshall's Law of Fashion. Law number 6. You can't choose your DNA, but you can always choose your jeans. Law number 3. For what most people pay to dress one kid, you can dress them all. Marshall's Law number 5. You can't change your husband, but you can change his clothes. Designer fall fashions. Fabulous prices you'll fall for. That's Marshall's Law.
Top critics are calling The Constant Gardener sizzling.
There's an epidemic coming.
Hair-raising.
Pharmaceuticals right up there with the arms dealers.
Exhilarating. Edge-of-your-seat thriller.
Get down!
The Constant Gardener. Rated R. Starts tomorrow.
Buy Owner rep explained our options completely.
We got a call from the eventual buyer the next day.
People actually offered more than our asking price.
We signed the contract within a week.
And saved over $20,000.
Thanks, Buy Owner.
Thanks, Buy Owner.
6:26 is the time right now. This morning in Dr. Sean's medical file, a heart attack patient with a statin drug may have a better chance of survival.
That's good. A new study shows that giving a heart attack patient a statin drug right away reduces the chance he or she will die by 50%. Statin drugs are used to lower cholesterol levels and prevent strokes and heart attacks in the long run.
Obese adults appear to be missing out on important health screenings. A new study finds that despite their often higher risk of disease, obese adults had lower rates of mammography, pap testing, and flu vaccination than normal weight people. Investigators speculated an anti-fat bias could be playing some role.
Teenagers who walk to school appear to reap the healthful benefits throughout the day. A new study finds teens that get to and from school on foot show more physical activity overall than classmates who get a ride or take the bus. Researchers say that walking in the morning leads to more activity.
6:27 is the time right now. Coming up at 6:30 for you this morning, take a look. A live picture coming out of Nashville. That area getting hit by what's left of Katrina. And Katrina right now is a tropical storm. It's still a very serious storm there as well. It is, again, at tropical storm strength right now. Just amazing to see that coming out of Nashville, Tennessee.
Unbelievable. Gas prices could take a big hike, but how much?
Also ahead, a man playing a dangerous game in the storm.
Plus, floodwater so high it has a highway patrol station swimming with the fish. Don't move.
Ready for fall? Then call LA Weight Loss.
This is me now after LA Weight Loss helped me lose 70 pounds. The first 10 days, I lost 7 pounds. I lost 13 pounds. And I thought, wow, I can do this. Doing the LA Weight Loss program, I'm now a size 4. LA Weight Loss changed my life, and it can change yours. Pick up the phone and call. 35 weeks, 98 pounds, you can do it.
LA Weight Loss Centers. Call for your free consultation. 1-800-526-SLIM.
It's the ultimate sofa sale, when every single sofa without exception will be on sale at Rooms to Go. Save on leather sofas, motion sofas, sleeper sofas, and fabric sofas. Every sofa in every Rooms to Go showroom will be reduced to shocking low prices. It's an incredible opportunity, the ultimate sofa sale at Rooms to Go. Every sofa is on sale now through Tuesday.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. Stroke is #3. However, with research and education, we can help put an end to this threat. Join over 1 million people who will walk this year to end cardiovascular disease. Join the American Heart Association's Heart Walk, a fun-filled event that will raise money to fight heart disease and stroke.
Now, live, this is CBS 4 News This Morning.
And good morning, South Florida. Good to be with you as always this morning. I'm Danielle Knox.
I'm Angela Ray, and for Susan Barnett, here's a look at our top stories this morning.
Much of New Orleans underwater this morning. Reports that a levee has broken.
Pictures coming in of dramatic rescues as people in the area hope to return to what's left of their homes today.
And damage in the Biloxi area is extensive. More than 50 people killed in one nearby county alone.
In South Florida, crews working overtime to restore power will tell you which areas will turn on first.
And gas prices will take a big hike because of Hurricane Katrina, but how much? We'll have your all-out team coverage just ahead.
And Nefertiti Jacquez on a developing story.
It's a developing story in Hollywood. 3 people shot, and now police are on the hunt for the shooter or shooters. I'm Nefertiti Jacquez. I'll have that story for you coming up next.
6:30, Tuesday, August 30th. Time to get you on your way and out the door. Pamela Wright has a look at your forecast. Hey, Pamela.
Hi there, I do. And while power coming on will be so exciting to many, I think the consensus is just thrilled in Miami-Dade that the kids are going back to school. Yeah, let's move along. All right, temperatures this morning are in the 80s. Be careful, though. Everybody is getting back out this morning, and maybe a street light or two could still be out in your neighborhood, so be careful there. All right, we have a south to southwesterly flow today. That's a hot one for us, and also could mean a few more storms being driven our way into the afternoon. I don't expect a lot of them. Boy, there are still a lot of storms with what is still tropical storm Katrina this morning, with gusty winds near 50 miles per hour in Nashville and very heavy rain. We find it all spreading up towards the north and northeast, and that will be the case. Travel-wise, this could affect you today, tomorrow, maybe even the next day, as this moisture will continue to pull on out of here. We have plenty of it around here, though. There are the winds at 50 miles per hour, just to keep you up to date. 92 your high, feeling a good 10 degrees warmer than that today, so a summery day with not too many storms. See you later.
All right, Pamela, thank you. Let's get another check of the roadways at 6:32. Here's Ty Kennedy. Ty.
Hey, Danielle, good morning. Overall, not a bad ride for you on this Tuesday. A couple things you'd have to worry about. Most intersections have working traffic lights. Those that do not, have to treat those as four-way stops. Other than that, let's move over to the maps and see how things are shaping up for you in Miami-Dade County. 95 starting to pick up. You're heading southbound roughly from 135th on your approach to the 112. You'll have no accidents on that stretch of road, which is good news for you. Making our way up north, things look pretty good for you throughout most of Broward County. You will find one thing going on as we take a live look outside. This is 595 near Pine Island. Not much going on here, but if you take 595 on your approach to the turnpike and you're heading northbound, right around the Cypress Creek toll, you will find an injury crash causing some delays in that area, so please use caution if that's a route you generally travel. This report brought to you by Palmetto Ford. Give them a try before you buy and keep it here. Another report coming up for you in 10 minutes in traffic control. Ty Kennedy, CBS 4 News this morning.
6:33 is the time right now. You know, it's been 40 years since New Orleans took a direct hit from a hurricane, and that was Betsy.
Wow, Katrina didn't score a bullseye. The eye of the storm actually veered off to the east, but it still packed quite a punch. Here's CBS 4's Dave Mattingly.
As the engine that drives New Orleans tourism, dire predictions of 20-foot floodwaters in the French Quarter spelled a disaster that would have been felt for decades. But as Katrina departed, the storm instead left behind an endless parade of debris and surprises. What's most amazing to me as you walk around the quarter is how many people you see out on the streets right now. People who were told to evacuate didn't. The streets that could have been hit by catastrophic flooding weren't.
All of these lights right here, the glass has been smashing against the wall and then coming down the street and everything.
Mike Bevis and Katia Becknell felt their century-old apartment building was up to the challenge. They made it through with just some damage to the kitchen ceiling.
These buildings down here, they've been here for so long, and the way they were built, that some of them, they're as tough as a bank vault, really.
The wind was rolling in this way.
Upstairs, Mardi Gras bead makers Rick and Lori Eichmann stayed so they could get an early jump on cleanup.
French Quarter residents are pretty hardy types. We're ready to start cleaning up and getting the show back on the road. We want to have the place decent by Labor Day so everybody can come down and have a good time.
It may be an ambitious goal. Local residents became sightseers themselves so they could take in all the damage.
There's one thing down this street that all the residents tell us we have to look at, and it has nothing to do with all of this debris in the street. There's a lot of masonry and a lot of lumber apparently blown off of roofs. It's right around this corner. In this park, we can see some huge trees that are down, crashing through the gate over here. But it isn't the trees that they wanted us to come look at, it's what's inside.
Massive oaks fell all around, but not on, the statue of Jesus. The only apparent damage to the church, a clock that stopped when electricity failed. And even as the rains from a receding Katrina continued to pour, there were signs the party was coming back to life.
What are you doing, making a delivery?
The Madeline's, all our electricity's out. These were going to spoil tomorrow, and so we're bringing them to the people who were stuck here from the hotel, at the hotel.
Just off Jackson Square, we find a room full of stranded people who chose a hotel over the Superdome shelter. One tourist we spoke with was looking ahead. Well, you made it through the night.
Yes.
What's your concern now?
Getting out.
Yeah,
getting
getting
back to Chicago.
Any idea how you're going to do that?
Absolutely not.
David Mattingly, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Alrighty, CBS 4's Lucila Ramirez is live in satellite control now with more of the incredible pictures coming in as the Gulf Coast uncovers more damage. Lucila.
Well, because of the massive flooding, rescuers have no idea how many people have died or how many people have lost their homes, but they'll be heading out early this morning to look for survivors and for those who didn't make it out. In Louisiana, more than 200 people have been rescued in boats from rooftops and attics, and at the Superdome in New Orleans, where more than 9,000 people were seeking refuge, well, they're still stranded there, and it could be a long while before things are back to normal.
In the wake of Hurricane Katrina, we're hearing just one of the many heartbreaking stories, like this one from this Mississippi man who lost his wife.
We got up in the roof, all the way to the roof, and water came and had just opened up, divided.
Who was at your house with you?
My wife.
Where is she now?
Can't find her body. She gone.
You can't find your wife?
Oh, she told me, she told me, I tried. I hold her hand tight as I could, and she told me, you can't hold me. She said, take care of the kids and the grandkids and my kids.
Mississippi's governor calls the damage to coastal communities there catastrophic. Officials say close to 60 people have died in 5 counties, including 30 in one apartment complex in Biloxi. The death toll is expected to rise as authorities reach isolated communities. Still recovering from Hurricane Ivan last season, Alabama's Gulf Shore communities are now dealing with new damage, this time left behind by Hurricane Katrina. Inland, the storm caused damage in Alabama's Port County of Mobile. High-powered, wind-driven rain pounded the city. In the city of New Orleans, now underwater, rescue crews searched house by house for frantic residents who were scrambling to their roofs, fleeing the floods. Here's just one of the daring rescues by the Coast Guard.
Got a rescue in progress. United States Coast Guard just pulled this man off the roof.
The search for the stranded is just beginning as you get this bird's-eye view of the devastation from downtown near the Superdome. More trapped residents wait patiently.
I'm going to push in here tight to the Hyatt Hotel, and you can see that every single window here throughout this Hyatt Hotel is absolutely blown out.
If you move to the neighborhoods, there's no telling what can be saved. Fortunately, these folks were found by firefighters.
Next time when you say leave, we gonna leave. That's all.
They have a lot of people inside of their attics. They are screaming. We can hear them, and we're trying to get them out right now.
Though many of these homes are still standing, they're completely contaminated by the now stagnant standing water. At this marina, something sparked flames.
There's absolutely no way for fire department to get to this area.
And nearby, the hurricane has stacked these boats like toys. On the ground, the storm's power and fury gulped up the Gulf Coast as it came ashore, a Category 4 hurricane.
Well, the 10 major hospitals in New Orleans are running on backup generators. It could be 2 months before power can be fully restored. One early estimate says losses from Katrina could reach $26 billion. That would top the $21 billion in damage left by Hurricane Andrew. That's the latest. Yusila Ramirez, CBS 4 News this morning.
Yusila, thanks. Back here at home, school will be back in session this morning for students who attend Miami-Dade public schools. Some local Catholic schools, though, will stay closed, including LaSalle High School, St. Teresa Elementary, St. Brendan Elementary, St. Monica Middle School, and St. Kevin. All other Catholic schools in Miami-Dade will be open today. St. Coleman in Pompano Beach is the only Catholic school in Broward that is scheduled to stay closed. All public schools in Broward reopened yesterday. Now, if you're still one of the over 118,000 customers waiting for power in Miami-Dade, this map may give you an idea of when you can expect it to be turned back on. FPL says Key Biscayne and those living south of Southwest 184th Street will be up and running by today. The selected areas in blue will be restored tomorrow. The green areas on Thursday. And people living in the region marked in orange will have to wait the longest, with power expected to be restored on Friday.
And in Broward County, 37,000 customers are still without electricity right now. And once again, those red areas we were telling you about should be restored by the end of today. Now, people west of Flamingo Road will see electricity by tomorrow, and the rest of the county should be back at full power by Thursday at the very latest.
All righty. Where are we, Justin? Okay. Hurricane Katrina has left a deadly mark across the Gulf Coast, and this morning we're getting a look at the damage.
We certainly are. And you know what? At least 55 people have died in this storm, and now there is word that a levee has broken, leaving 80% of New Orleans underwater.
CBS 4's Bianca Solorzano live in Biloxi, Mississippi with more. Bianca, good morning.
Good morning, Danielle. Good morning, Susan. Yes, you hear the numbers, but it's really just so hard to comprehend the destruction, the damage that Hurricane Katrina has done here. At least 50 people killed in the Biloxi area that we know of. 30 of those were all together in a beachside apartment complex that collapsed, and authorities expect as they are able to finally make their way through the roads and through the debris, they unfortunately are going to find even more people dead. No one has a full picture of Katrina's destruction yet, but this is the view over New Orleans.
Looks like a bomb completely blew up this side of the building.
And this is the damage in just one Biloxi neighborhood.
It's like somebody dropped a bomb.
All along the Gulf Coast, mountains of debris and too much water. Katrina stormed ashore east of New Orleans. A levee broke and the flooding came fast.
This area is completely underwater. I'm looking at about 5 feet of water everywhere we look.
Residents who didn't follow orders to evacuate scrambled to attics and roofs and waited for rescue. Emergency crews helped hundreds get out, and the governor told everyone it was too dangerous to go back.
The roads are flooded, the power is out, the phones are down, and there is no food or water.
Here in Biloxi, everywhere you look, there is just destruction, whether it's a car that's been smashed, a home just ripped to pieces. As you walk around and look at all the debris, it's really hard to take in. You just look piece by piece and try to figure out what this once was. Katrina's last-minute turn hit Mississippi and Alabama hard. A record 22 feet of storm surge and 145-mile-per-hour winds didn't just tear up roads, they leveled homes.
It is sad. It's just, it was a beautiful place, and it's not anymore.
Death toll estimates have started to come in from coastal Mississippi and are expected to climb. And as we've talked with people, it's just so hard and sad to hear their stories. Keep in mind, they didn't just have to make their way through the hurricane, but now the days after the hurricane are very difficult as well. The days here without power, without water, without food, they have a long road ahead of them. Reporting live in Biloxi, Mississippi, I'm Bianca Solorzano. Danielle, Susan, back to you now.
Bianca, are you getting a sense that people were or were not prepared for this storm? Because certainly a lot of projections had it going towards New Orleans, and then at the very last minute it turned. Were the people there in Biloxi, Mississippi prepared for the devastation?
The people I've had a chance to speak with said they did not expect it to be this bad. We ourselves obviously were covering this and watching this storm so closely, and as we heard that the eye had moved, we thought, oh, we thought that really it was going to be a lot worse further west of us. So you prepare as best as you can. People did get out of Biloxi, but the ones that stayed here that I've spoken to said they did not think it was going to hit this hard and this bad right here.
You know, very quickly, I do just have one more question, if I could. Bianca, we talked about 30 people who were killed in that one complex. Was that complex by the water?
Right. That's what I'm told so far. I don't know a great deal about it at this point, but I'm told it was a beachside apartment complex. To let you know, our building here, this condo building we've been staying in, is just across the street from the beach, and if it's any comparison to the building that those poor people were in, we felt this place swaying and swaying during the storm. So, you know, any building that was right along the beach really got a beating.
Right. Bianca Solorzano, Biloxi, Mississippi. Thank you, Bianca.
Back here at home, we are also following some developing news for you. Reports of 3 people shot in Hollywood.
That's right. CBS 4's Nefertiti Jacquez live on the scene this morning with more. Nefertiti.
Good morning, Danielle and Angela. I'm going to take you live right to the scene just to get to it. As you see, lights flash here and markers from bullet shells on the ground. This all happening at approximately 4:30 this morning. There was a triple shooting that took place in this Hollywood neighborhood. Police say that it all happened in the area of North 19th Avenue in Hollywood. At this point, we have minimal information. We don't know how many shooters or why, or the reasons behind the shooting. Unfortunately enough, though, there were 3 victims. 2 of those victims were transported by ground to Hollywood Memorial, and then another one was dropped off in a car at the same hospital. And then ironically enough, that car was found down the street, police are telling us, of the hospital. Why, at this point, we don't know. Police and investigators on scene still trying to piece all of this together. Once we have any more information, we will definitely bring you the very latest. At this point, police are on an all-man hunt to find the suspect or suspects in this triple shooting. That's the very latest in Hollywood. Nefertiti Jacquez, CBS 4 News this morning.
6:46 is the time right now.
Okay, Ty Kennedy, how's that traffic looking?
Hey, Angela, good morning. On this Tuesday, things are picking up, especially on the Palmetto Expressway as we take a live look outside and see what you have to worry about this morning if this is the route you generally travel. Lots of company and lots of traffic going nowhere fast southbound 122 all the way down to the Dolphin this morning. As we take a look at 595, this is near Pine Island Road. Eastbound traffic is moving away from you on your approach to 441. That's picking up as well, and you will find a crash 95 at Sterling. And serious problems taking place on the Turnpike northbound right around the Cypress Creek tolls. There's an injury crash there taking place, so if that's a route you generally travel, might want to think about taking 95 would be a better alternate for you. Your travel time's looking like this morning on this Tuesday. 95 from the Golden Glades, 595, 15 to 20 minutes. 95 from the Dolphin, the Golden Glades, 18 to 21, and on the Dolphin westbound, 95 to the Palmetto. That's going to take you between 19 and 22 minutes. This report is brought to you by Chevron. We'll have another report for you in 10 minutes. Ty Kennedy, CBS 4 News this morning.
Thanks, Ty. 6:47 up ahead. Hurricane Katrina being blamed for spawning a tornado which touched down in Georgia.
Also ahead, a television reporter being called a hero this morning after a rescue is caught on camera.
Plus, UPN 33 News this morning is on the way. It is a trend that has blurred the lines of traditional dating. Tell me how you feel about having a romantic relationship with someone who is bisexual in today's web poll. That's coming up at 7 on UPN 33 News this morning.
Hey, Mr. Opportunity again. If you're one of those people who likes to have choices, then you are going to love my next two words, Honda Clearance. Because it's your opportunity to pick the Accord, Civic, Odyssey, or any other Honda you want for a deal that's very nice. Come on, Honda Plus Clearance. Do I have to draw you a picture? You get it? The 2005 Honda Clearance. Now you can lease a Honda Ridgeline for $299 a month for well-qualified customers. I'm Mr. Opportunity. I'm back. And I'm still knocking.
Are you hungry?
My name is Leroy, and I work for Post Cereal.
My favorite cereal is Honey Bunches of Oats. Honey Bunches of Oats.
Every spoonful is a little different. Bit of honey in there, it's a perfect balance.
It's like a mouthful of joy.
We got 3 kinds of flavors.
Different textures, different shapes.
Crunchy clusters.
Honey Bunches of Oats taste brand new every time you have it.
The clusters are more of a crunch, where the flakes are more of a crisp.
It's the cereal you'd make if you made cereal.
Honey Bunches of Oats cereal bars. It's like Honey Bunches of Oats to go.
No spoons required.
These are my closest friends. We laugh together, cry together, play together. Even our kids play together. But when it comes to our nutritional needs, we couldn't be farther apart.
That's why we've made Centrum so complete. With such a full range of nutrients, each of their bodies can put Centrum to work in the way that's best to help them stay as healthy as the day they met.
We've always been there for each other, and we're going to do everything we can to keep it that way.
With Centrum, you're more complete from A to Zinc.
Fact. I used to worry about nasty germs and ugly stains. But now I use Lysol Toilet Bowl Cleaner. Lysol's powerful formula clings, killing germs. It gets under the rim. Look how fast Tough Lime Scale disappears. Watch this. It destroys tough rust stains, leaving the bowl sparkling clean. And it kills germs to help protect my family.
Life demands Lysol. That's a fact. To clean and brighten your toilet, try Lysol Toilet Bowl Cleaner with bleach.
CBS 4 News Traffic is sponsored by Palmetto Ford. Give us a try before you buy. 305-592 Ford.
Bad weather caused by Katrina is being blamed for spawning a possible tornado in Georgia. As many as 30 homes have been damaged or destroyed, and one person was critically hurt when bad weather moved through. Well, something moved through. I'd say it looks like a tornado or something, but everything snapped.
Yeah, not a good sign.
Oh, I don't like that.
Katrina affecting so many miles, so many states, and this morning, though it's been on shore nearly an entire 24 hours, is still a tropical storm. So this one was so powerful when it came in, and even losing its fuel of the warm Gulf waters is still strong this morning, and we'll see where the heavy rain is. It's not here. It looks good. The steam is here, though. We have a real tropical flow this morning, and we are in the extra steamy category, and we don't find that officially on our stickiness scale that often. So with temperatures in the low 80s, already feels more like 90 degrees to you out there this morning. All right, the influences of Katrina being felt still throughout the eastern U.S., and of course our own winds being drawn out of the south and southwest around this still very large system. All right, if I'd pushed the right button, things would start moving. What's going to happen later this afternoon? Well, we could see a few storms move in, but not too many. They'll just be here and there. The steam heat, though, definitely will take your breath away, catch your attention out there. And the kids are heading back to school today, so maybe they'll get to take it easy a little bit at PE, who knows. All right, rain and thunderstorms feeding still out of the Gulf of Mexico across the southeast. Atlanta getting some bands of heavier storms still, just a few of them though, around Katrina, and that moisture and the storminess with it will continue to move up towards the north and northeast. Pittsburgh getting some pretty good storms by later this afternoon. Now this morning the rain is heavy in Nashville. We've been able to bring you some live pictures out of there. Winds have been gusting near 50 miles per hour, and there you see see that rain, a serious fetch of moisture extending all the way into New York State and moving into the downtown area through the day today. Winds are still holding at 50 miles per hour as it pulls away from Tupelo, Mississippi, and the moisture will be spread into Canada for the end of the week. With sticky sunshine, not much more than spotty storms, but that chance increases as your week goes on. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Everything's on one little computer here, so I have to just zip through this. I was about to zoom through the forecast pages. There we are. Hot sunshine tomorrow. A few afternoon storms. Actually, Brian Norcross is here to do some stuff with CBS Network, so we're rearranging a few things right now. And better chance of storms coming in late in the week. And the tropics watch, well, here's what we're watching. TD 13, not an issue and pulling away. Could this be 14? It very likely could, but it's way out there. All right, be safe and just know the storm chance will grow as the week goes on. See you later.
Pamela, thank you. Great job. Potentially deadly flooding in New Orleans after Katrina. This man had to be rescued from his car after it glided into a large pool of water on an interstate. Check it out. Look at this. A reporter was nearby. He ran into the water to help the man out of that car that you see sinking. The driver said he could not see the water because it blended in with the road. Great rescue there. 6:53, your top stories, weather and traffic all ahead. Stay with us.
CBS 4 News Traffic is sponsored by Palmetto Ford. Give us a try before you buy. 305-592-FORD.
With more than 160,000 trucks, 26,000 employees, and a global team of logistics specialists, Ryder System Incorporated could easily move their business anywhere in the world. But with help from the Beacon Council, they chose to make it Miami. And your company should too. Congratulations on your new world headquarters. Brought to you by the Beacon Council and CBS 4 in partnership to strengthen the economy of Miami-Dade County.
Hi, I'm Larry Coker for Evenings Delight. For the absolute best selection and prices on barbecue grills, fireplaces, and hot tubs, go where I shop, Evenings Delight. Come in today for great holiday specials. Oh, Evenings Delight delivers too.
Well, the boys are in high school this year, so we got this great 2-for-1 deal from Sprint. So now we can call and text each other, you know, just check in. It's not that I don't trust them, it's just that... It's all good.
And it's going to get better.
Now, buy one of our most popular Sprint PCS Vision picture phones for $49.99 and get one free. Sprint PCS, now that's better.
I can't understand this stuff. Don't know what she's talking about. Who cares anyway?
Every child learns differently, and the traditional classroom can't always meet the needs of every student. Frustration can drive a child to give up. Atlantis Academy provides an individually guided education designed to help your child achieve success. And through the McKay Scholarship Program, financial assistance is available. Call Atlantis Academy to enroll your child today.
Urgent. Employee pricing plus. Save up to $67.38 on Pacifica. Save up to $71.31 on Town and Country. Employee pricing plus at Day Jeep Chrysler. Southwest 158th Street and US 1.
6:55 is the time. Here's a look at our other top stories right now before you head out the door. Authorities estimate at least 55 people have been killed along the Gulf Coast by Hurricane Katrina.
In New Orleans, rescue crews have been out in boats saving people off their rooftops. Power is out for hundreds of thousands of people in southeast Louisiana, and 2 levees have reportedly burst in New Orleans, sending water gushing in. An early estimate says Hurricane Katrina's insured losses could run as high as $26 billion, making it the costliest hurricane since Andrew hit South Florida back in 1992.
Police in Cooper City arrest a man who allegedly held people hostage at gunpoint inside a supermarket. The tense situation started a little after 11 o'clock last night at the Albertsons located at Griffin Road and Palm Avenue. A customer called authorities saying the gunman was holding several people at bay inside the market. SWAT teams were called in and surrounded the building. A short time later, the suspect gave up and was arrested. Thankfully, no one was hurt.
6:56. Let's get you a final check of the roads before you head on out the door. Ty Kennedy, how's it looking?
Hey, good morning. Several things going on in Broward County you have to worry about. Let's move over to the maps. If you're on the Turnpike heading northbound at Atlantic, you'll find pretty serious crash taking place there. The Tintry crash right around the Cypress Creek tolls. Sawgrass Expressway southbound right around Sunrise, you'll find an accident. See you back here at 7:25. Have a great morning. Daniel, Angela, take it away.
And Pamela, take it away.
You know what? We'll just take a nice live picture this morning. That tells you a lot. It is beautiful. It's also really hot and sticky with a high of 92 today. It'll feel over 100 and just expect a couple of storms here and there. You be safe. See you later.
All right, Pamela, thank you very much. The early show is next. Another local update with live weather and
I look like I'm all like Danielle.
coming up for you here in 25 minutes.
That's some good TV. We'll have a good time over there at UP in 33.
We always do. More of this. Right.
Push up on that.
BrandSmart USA can help you get more laundry done in less time with a Duet washer and dryer from Whirlpool. A washer that can handle up to 16 pairs of jeans in a single load, and a dryer that dries faster than you ever thought possible, with optional pedestals for added storage. Specially priced right now at BrandSmart USA, where an amazing selection of Whirlpool appliances meets legendary BrandSmart USA service. Get more laundry done in less time with Duet. From BrandSmart USA, of course, your favorite brand at the lowest price.
County Line Lexus makes the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event even more golden. Right now, lease a luxurious new LS430 loaded with leather, CD, and sunroof for only $499 per month. $499 for only 36 months. Take advantage of huge Lexus Golden Opportunity savings, plus sign and drive on every new Lexus with absolutely no money down and no money out of pocket during the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event going on right now at County Line Lexus, home of the Lexus Way.
Another perfect day. If only there was something a little different to brighten it up. Like this.
Introducing new Philly Swirls, triple berries and cream. Rich, creamy Philadelphia and the delicious taste of berries swirled together. Still 25% less saturated fat than butter.
Now this is heaven.
You'll also love Philly Swirls brown sugar and cinnamon spice. A new spin on a little taste of heaven.
Big Bang! Backed by popular demand, Actors Playhouse presents The Big Bang. The critics raved. Summer-ready escapism, screechingly funny. The most flat-out funny 85 minutes of the summer. The Big Bang, the funniest take on the history of the world since the beginning of time. Only at the Miracle Theater, July 6th through September 4th. Tickets on sale now. As Marie Antoinette said, I laughed my head off. One Big Bang!
Watch the Fantasy 5 drawing tonight on CBS 4 News at 11, your lottery station.
I'm Harry Smith in Gulfport, Mississippi, where the full force of Hurricane Katrina took deadly aim. The storm pounded the Gulf Coast, causing devastating flooding, leaving entire cities underwater. At least 55 deaths are blamed on Katrina. We'll have a first-hand look at the unbelievable damage.
I'm Julie Chen. The effects of Hurricane Katrina are being felt across the country after the storm sent oil prices to record levels. Some predict that will mean another huge jump in gasoline prices. We'll talk to an expert.
And I'm Russ Mitchell. 3 months after the disappearance of Natalie Holloway in Aruba, the father of a teen suspect speaks out publicly for the first time. We'll have an exclusive interview early this Tuesday morning, August 30th, 2005.
From CBS News, Harry Smith, Hannah Storm, Julie Chen, Renee Seiler, and Dave Price with the weather bring you The Early Show.
Starting up a brand new day.
Live from Fifth Avenue in New York City.
Thinking in a brand new way.
And we are live this morning in Gulfport, Mississippi, right in the deadly eye of where this hurricane came ashore yesterday. It is just, I can't even begin to describe it. We've been all through this town through the last 6 hours or so. There is not a building that has not sustained damage. Many of the buildings have sustained catastrophic damage. A case in point is the First Baptist Church. I'm going to get out of the way of our picture here. This is a beautiful, gorgeous sanctuary here. Normally on a Sunday morning, 600 or 700 people worship here. Well, they're not ever going to be worshiping here again, as best as we can see. 3 sides of this building have been completely wiped out. They're guessing the storm surge here was maybe 20 to 22 feet. It washed ashore and just knocked this building just to smithereens. Now, this is a church that was built the year before the last truly devastating hurricane here on the Mississippi coast. That was Camille back in 1969. This sanctuary withstood Camille but could not withstand Katrina. It is just a scene that is repeated in building after building, in town after town, all along the Gulf Coast of Mississippi, as we bid you good morning and say good morning to Rush and Julie in New York. Good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning to you, Harry. Hannah and Renee are off today, and some of those pictures of the flooding caused by Katrina are just so hard to believe. New Orleans may have dodged the brunt of the storm, but it did not escape the floodwaters.
That is right, Julie. Hundreds of folks needed to be rescued from their attics or roofs. In one section alone, some 40,000 homes were flooded.
And it is the story of the morning, of course. So, Harry, we're going to send it back to you in Gulfport, Mississippi.
All right, we're going to get you bring you up to date now on this storm, or what's left of it. It is pouring rain in Kentucky this morning. Boy, we felt it as we traveled down through the southeast yesterday. Lots of rain, heavy rain, strong winds. We traveled down to the southwest from Atlanta last night. Strong bands of wind and rain. This is a live picture in Kentucky this morning. The storm is not done yet. Let us bring you up to date on the numbers as this storm stands. Katrina, devastating, terrible, terrible hurricane. As of right now, at least 55 deaths, most of them in Mississippi. We're expecting that number to go up. There are still more than 1 million people without power this morning. There are tens of thousands of homes that are surrounded or underwater still this morning as we speak. And even just now, as they're starting to put a price tag on this terrible hurricane, the estimated damage right now stands at $26 billion. We're live in Gulfport. We've got reporters all up and down the Gulf Coast of the Gulf of Mexico this morning. We want to start with Jim Acosta, who is just down the road from us in Biloxi, where it was a devastating and deadly day yesterday. Jim?
Harry, it was truly awful here, and the mayor of Biloxi has already called this disaster their tsunami. You mentioned that there are reports of some 50 dead. We are expecting that number to go much higher. We've heard one report of 30 dead at just one apartment complex on the beach here in Biloxi, much of the damage and devastation being blamed on a terrible storm surge. Katrina dealt a stunning, crushing blow to the Mississippi Gulf Coast. It will take days, perhaps weeks, to grasp the full scale of destruction. When it was safe to venture outside again, people across Biloxi found their lives in ruins. Matthew Semsky and his family were stranded inside their house when a massive storm surge busted down their door. They ran upstairs to escape the flood in their living room.
It was just coming in so fast. We just moved everything we could upstairs.
For more than 8 hours, those rising waters turned cars into bumper boats. The surge even filled up the first floor of Biloxi's Highway Patrol building, creating a saltwater aquarium that buckled the walls and even fooled the fish.
This building is held, it's withstand hurricanes before. It's going to flood. We'll keep moving upstairs if we have to.
But that wasn't the only drama unfolding.
We're going to get you out of there.
We were there as a call came in from a woman stranded in her car with her 88-year-old father. Water lapping at the door.
They're stuck on the long bridge and the water is coming up over the bridge.
Help arrived just in time.
They got her off the bridge.
I was about in tears. I mean, when someone calls in like that, it makes you think it could be you out there.
It was an epic storm, and Biloxi's lifelong residents are already ranking Katrina right up there with the last catastrophic hurricane to strike this coast.
This is as bad as Camille. This is bad news here. I can't imagine what that front beach looks like right now.
And it's not just Mississippi beaches. Off the coast of Mobile, an oil rig broke loose and lodged itself under a bridge. And just to give you an idea of how bad the storm surge was here, we believe this entire area where we're standing right now is underwater. Let's take a look at this house behind us. You know, it's not like when you see big tornadoes or hurricane force winds come through and a house is just blown away, a storm surge, it rises up into a house and just clears out everything that is in its path. It went through the windows and doors of this house, moved the furniture around, moved cars around, and just really just gutted this home behind us. And there are countless homes throughout this area that are just like this. And it just goes to show you what the hurricane experts say about big, terrible storms of this nature. It's not just the hurricane force winds and the rains. Many times it's these devastating storm surges. Harry?
All right, Jim Acosta live in Biloxi with us this morning. Thanks so much. We want to go west from here, about 75 miles to New Orleans. Boy, we have seen these pictures starting late yesterday morning. So much water there. Lee Cowan is on the scene, and he has the story from New Orleans. Lee, how's it going?
Well, good morning, Harry. Things aren't much better over here in New Orleans either. They're actually having to now bring in ambulances from other cities outside of New Orleans to come in here and help bring some of the sick and injured out of the hospitals here that are already without power, overtaxed, and take them somewhere else. Emergency officials all along thought that this would be one of, if not the costliest storm in U.S. history, and every indication is it may well be.
There is no better way to get a true sense of Katrina's damage than from the air. It is, as one person said this morning, almost biblical. So catastrophic is the damage, the death toll is hard to estimate. For mile after mile, the worst fears of Gulf Coast residents have come true. In New Orleans, floodwaters inundated everything from neighborhoods to shopping malls, stranding people on top of their homes with nowhere to escape but up and out.
Okay, here, we've got a rescue in progress.
Rescues like these continued throughout the night, mostly for people who mistakenly thought Katrina was just another weather nuisance and not the real thing. Downtown, nearly 10,000 refugees took shelter in the New Orleans Superdome, only to have this happen. The roof, bit by bit, piece by piece, ripped away, exposing the safe haven to a gentler version of Katrina, but no less wet. No one was injured, but an already uncomfortable place of real estate got that much more unpleasant. Strangely, in the middle of all that water, there was enough fuel to feed a fire. Flames that seemed almost senseless to put out. What wasn't burned was eaten up by either the wind or the water. All across the Big Easy, there's a sense of history this morning. No storm, not even Hurricane Betsy in 1965, the benchmark for catastrophic damage here, seems to compare to the wrath of Katrina. Out of all the times the city has had to clean up, this time, the job is simply overwhelming.
Nevertheless, though, Harry, in true Big Easy fashion, there are some restaurants in the French Quarter that are trying to open up tonight, at least to serve some hot coffee, if nothing else. Emergency officials aren't necessarily encouraging that, but it is not a bad sign for the people who stayed behind here that not every single daily routine is gone this morning. Harry?
All right, Lee Cowan live in New Orleans with us this morning. Thanks very much. As for this town, this is a big town with a lot of casinos. They're all closed. One of the big casinos literally ripped out of its moorings. It's at least a half-mile down the beach from where it started yesterday. And at the hospital, the first floor is flooded. They're not taking any more patients here. It's a real rough scene here. Let's go back to New York now and Russ.
Okay, Harry, we'll see you soon. Damage by Hurricane Katrina to Gulf Coast oil rigs and refineries are expected to drive up gas prices. Analysts predict by this weekend, prices will be up 15 cents to more than $2.75 a gallon.
They have no idea the magnitude of this damage. Is it a matter of days before things go back to normal, or a matter of weeks, or could be a matter of months?
President Bush has offered oil from U.S. reserves, but critics say the problem is not the supply, but the ability to refine it. Michael Jackson is said to be enjoying life in the Middle East. The pop star, found not guilty of child molestation in June, is now visiting Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. He has been in the region since his trial ended and reportedly may buy a home there. And in sports, the defending U.S. Open champion is out. Svetlana Kuznetsova lost her opening round match to fellow Russian Ekaterina Bakova on Monday. It is the first time ever that a women's singles champ has lost in the first round of the Open. And now for more on Katrina and the rest of the day's weather, here is CBS News hurricane analyst Brian Norcross of Miami station WFOR-TV. Brian, good morning to you.
And good morning, Russ. Good morning, everyone. Katrina is now moving, the remnants of Katrina moving to the north It is a tropical storm now and moving into Tennessee, but the big rain event today is going to be in the Ohio Valley, all the way from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, on up through Louisville towards Cincinnati, and then it's going to spread to the northeast through the Midwest. Here's a map to show you where Katrina's downpours will fall today, and what you'll see is heavy rain. Some 3 to 5 inches of rain will be scattered there through the Ohio Valley, and perhaps some severe storms to the east. All right, that's a quick look at your national weather. Now here's a look at what's going on in your area.
Hi there, good morning. Pamela Wright with you on a day that will be filled with strong, steamy sunshine. Well, until a couple of storms pop up later this afternoon. Expect a high temperature of 92 and easily feeling like the low 100s with all the heat and humidity out there. Boaters, we hold on to that south wind, but not quite as strong today. Just about 10 to 15 knots and seas at 2 to 4 feet. And here's a look even into the upcoming weekend. We'll find storms scattered tomorrow and Thursday, but more likely for the end of the week.
So if you're in one of those flood watch areas, be very, very careful out there today. All right, now let's go back to Harry in Gulfport, where it's as bad, looks like, as we feared it would be. Gary, Harry?
I'll tell you what, you know, Brian, we've talked so many times about the storm surge and the danger of the storm surge, and in case you're just joining us, as the sun comes up, you can really get a sight of this First Baptist Church, where the storm surge literally tore 3 walls of this huge building, just tore them right off. We want to talk to Captain Houston Dorr right now, who is with the Highway Patrol in Biloxi, Mississippi. Captain, can you hear us all right?
Yes, I hear you, Harry.
All right. Tell me what it was like there in Biloxi when this storm hit yesterday.
Yesterday when all this water came in, that was the main thing, the water. We had 30-foot rise right here from the bay, which came into the building about 12 foot high. It never did get to the second floor, but we were on our way up to the 3rd floor if it would have came any higher.
So you're talking about at your command headquarters there, the water was coming up right up to the 2nd floor?
Yes, it came up to the 2nd floor. It totally washed out the 1st floor. All the walls collapsed in there, and all my personnel are ready to move up to the 3rd floor.
Yeah. What kinds of situations did you find yourself in then as that water finally started to recede? What kinds of emergencies? What did you find once the water started to go back down again?
When the water went down, we found trees down, houses moved. We were mostly worried at the time who we can rescue. Some of these people were trapped in their houses, but it's just total devastation.
All right. We understand there are a number of people lost their lives there. Do you know under which circumstances they died?
All I know right now, that most of them was because of the water. And we don't know a total number right now. We got an estimate, but I think it was all done because of the water.
Because of the water. Captain Dorr, thank you very much for your time this morning. Do take care and stay safe.
Well, thank you.
All right, let's go back to New York.
All right, thanks a lot, Harry. Up next, we're going to talk to the head of FEMA about the government's massive response to this absolutely overwhelming disaster.
And in our next half hour, we're going to tell you just why Katrina could have everyone paying even higher gas prices. So far, possibly up 15%, which will take it to $2.75 a gallon. This is The Early Show on CBS.
If it's about fashion, what's in is always in at TJ Maxx, where thousands of new designer fashions at unbelievable prices arrive every week at every store. TJ Maxx. See what's in this week.
It's no secret doctors are overextended, but has it caused a lousy bedside manner? Find out about a program that gets them in tune with the humanity of medicine on The Early Show.
The Kia Amante. Rich leather. 9-speaker CD sound system. Power everything. Spacious and comfortable. With 8 standard airbags and all backed by a 10-year warranty program. the Kia Amante Premium Sedan. It's time for everyone to start living big.
Ready for school? Good thing Walmart's got everything you need for back to school at their always low prices. So you can get your kids off to the right start.
Later.
An orange is an orange, right? Not so. Tropicana Pure Premium Hand Selects only the sweetest and ripest, giving you a fresh squeezed taste that's one of a kind.
Tropicana morning.
Get more out of your Dell PC with home installation, training, and virus assistance for your new PC for an additional charge. This Dimension desktop is $299 after mail-in rebate. Plus, get a free printer. Get more out of now. Dell PCs use Intel Celeron processors.
Introducing the new Pedigree Slide Right Zipper Bag. Keeps every bite as fresh as the first.
Where did I get this glow? In Bermuda? Or from a wild fling? With a moisturizer.
New Jergens Natural Glow. Moisturize daily to keep your healthy summer glow all year long. Jergens glowing skin is in.
Welcome back to the early show on CBS. I'm Harry Smith. We're live in Gulfport, Mississippi, and as so often is the case, the morning after a hurricane, it couldn't be any more beautiful. And if you'll forgive the expression, the dawn's early light, though, is shedding us, providing us an unbelievable picture as you're looking at this First Baptist Church, which has been utterly destroyed here in Gulfport. Lots more on the hurricane to come. Now here's Julie in New York.
All right, thanks, Harry. President Bush is pledging extensive help for victims of Hurricane Katrina. The government has already put a massive emergency assistance program into effect. But the reality is it may take weeks before they get a handle on the disaster. Mike Brown, the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, is in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Good morning.
Good morning, Julie.
Can you give us an overview this morning? Just how bad is it out there? How much help is needed?
Well, it's pretty bad. I started getting reconnaissance reports from some of our folks in the field last night. I've been on my computer all night reading the emails from the folks that are getting the information back to me. For example, this morning we have a hospital that's beginning to flood, and so we're having to move some of those patients into the Superdome, and at the same time we're moving additional medical personnel into that area to take care of those patients. And of course the flooding is just everywhere. And I'm not talking about just New Orleans. I'm talking about all through Mississippi and Alabama right now. So this storm has really having a catastrophic effect throughout the South right now.
For people who are still displaced, how do they know when it's okay to go home?
Well, local officials will tell them. But I want to caution folks that, you know, I'm afraid it's going to be quite a while before they can come back in, particularly in those areas close to downtown New Orleans. Now, downtown itself is not flooded, but the visuals that I've seen and the reports I've had from the field that we have literally tens of square miles, if not more, of areas that floodwaters are up to the roofs of homes. It's going to be weeks at least before people can get back in those areas.
And when they do finally make it back to their areas, what do they have to be mindful of to stay safe?
Well, it's going to be incredibly dangerous. I mean, once we get the floodwaters out of there, which we may have to let Mother Nature do, plus the Army Corps of Engineers is going to start working on that, we're probably going to find a lot of structural damage in those homes. Of course, then there's going to be the problems of disease from animal carcasses, just the chemicals that are in homes. That sort of thing is going to take a long time to clean up and get ready and make it safe for people to get back to those neighborhoods.
And for people who want to seek assistance from FEMA, how do they go about it, and what can FEMA provide?
Well, right now we're focused primarily on life-sustaining efforts. So because people will not be able to get back into their homes, our focus is making certain that shelters have all the commodities, working very close with the American Red Cross and the Salvation Army to feed people, making certain that we have medications and medical teams ready to help people. But once people can start getting back and assessing their damage, we'll of course provide financial assistance. And if people want to, they can go ahead and start that registration process now. They can call 1-800-621-FEMA, or they can can go online to FEMA.gov and fill out that application process. But again, I would caution people, that's going to be a little longer than normal because I can't even get my teams in right now to assess some of the damage in those individual homes.
In the final seconds, how does Hurricane Katrina compare to other storms?
You know, I don't compare storms to storms, but I will tell you this one is very, very sobering to me.
FEMA Director Mike Brown, thank you and good luck out there.
Thank you, Julie.
You're welcome. And now here's Russ.
Thanks, Julie. Coming up, the tales and some dramatic rescues during the hurricane. Your local news is next.
This portion of the early show sponsored by Lowe's, improving home improvement. Select the style for the Lowe's I Want a Kitchen Makeover winner. Vote today at cbsnews.com/early show.
Life doesn't stand still, and neither do we. That's why you trust Lowe's for paint. Not because only Lowe's carries American tradition paint, or because it's so durable, colors won't fade, or because a leading publication rated it Best Buy 4 years in a row, or because nobody works harder to save you money every day, which Lowe's promises to do. You see, at Lowe's, improving home improvement never ends.
Use your Lowe's card and pay nothing for 12 months on all purchases of $2.99 or more.
Get more out of your Dell PC with home installation, training, and virus assistance for your new PC for an additional charge. This Dimension desktop is $2.99 after mail-in rebate. Plus, get a free printer. Get more out of now. Dell PCs use Intel Celeron processors.
Yummy, 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 I got love in my tummy.
Slim Fast Optima, granola bars, breakfast bars, shakes, designed with protein to help your tummy stay satisfied.
No one likes changing the roll. So change it less often with new Charmin Mega Roll. It's 4 times the sheets in one. And it comes with the new Charmin Extender, so it fits. Mega Roll.
Let me plant this thought with you. If you're a woman like me, it's a good idea to talk to your doctor about prescription Actonel. A-C-T-O-N-E-L. Act now and fight back with Actonel.
Want all your cats to look their best? Introducing new Iams Multicat, the first ever food specially tailored to each of your cat's needs, so overweight cats can burn fat and trim cats can build muscle. Now all the cats in your home can have the ideal look. Iams, good for life.
Pro football. A game for the ear and the eye. A 3-hour carnival of color, sound, and action.
NFL Sunday Ticket provides the most NFL games anywhere, up to 200 in total, and it's only available from DirecTV.
For the player, victory makes the game glorious. For the fan, glory is the game.
Sign up now and get 4 free months of DirecTV's best programming package. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
Work on that left hand.
Thanks for the jest, Mom.
Simple, everyday moments can be the perfect time to talk to your kids about not smoking, so you don't have to plan a big discussion.
Look, there's a dragonfly on one of the roller coasters.
Is your leg?
A little moment will do just fine. Talk to your kids about not smoking.
Smoking cigarettes can hurt your game too.
They'll listen.
Don't worry, Dad. I won't.
For conversation starters, log on to philipmorrisusa.com.
And good morning, everyone. Brian Norcross here in Weather Control to give you an update on what's going on with the South Florida weather. The bottom line is it continues hot and it continues exceptionally humid, human too, humid, even for South Florida in late August. All right, here are the temperatures around town this morning. You see we're all right about the 80-degree mark, and the humidity is very, very high. The stickiness scale is up to 9 or 10, and it's going to stay that way here for the foreseeable future. Here we are on the satellite and radar picture. You see two things going on here. One is you see little showers rotating this way. Notice nothing in our area right now. That's the very fringe of what is now Tropical Storm Katrina, and these high clouds here coming this way, but they're not going to bring us any rain. So rain chances are fairly low today, but they will increase some this afternoon. So here's your true view: sticky sunshine, spotty storms, but plenty of sunshine, and it is going to feel like 105 or so, at least, by the time we get done here today. Just we're in very, very deep tropical air The tropical storm or hurricane previously, now tropical storm, has not helped us because it continues to pull the air up from the south, and that just brings the deep tropical air on up over top of us. All right, on into tomorrow we go now, and things are not significantly different. We continue with this tropical flow coming up here. Overall, in the upper levels of the atmosphere, things are relatively dry, so we expect sunshine, not a lot of cloudiness, but some storms develop, especially in the afternoon hours, to cool you off a little bit, so it's not going to be blazing sunshine all day in the steamy heat. And then we go on down to later on in the week, and it looks like there's a kind of a frontal type system going to be moving down, dividing dry air across North Florida from increasingly moist air in the upper levels of the atmosphere. It's going to stay humid at the surface, but more moisture aloft, so a better chance of storms moving in at that time. Out in the tropics, up here, the remnants of Tropical Depression 13. Nothing going there right now, although there's some chance it will redevelop, but certainly not a threat. Over here, is the system that we think will eventually be Tropical Depression 14, but we don't expect that to be a problem, but we'll continue to watch. All right, here's the forecast for South Florida then. Strong, steamy sun again today, up to 92, feels like over 105. Few storms here this afternoon. For the boaters, south wind at 10 to 15 knots, 2 to 4 feet in the open sea, and a light chop in the bay. Tonight, warm and muggy again, spotty storms and low down to 80. And there you are through the weekend, just storms becoming more likely as we get toward the end of the week. Now let's check in with Ty, the traffic guy.
Hey, good morning, Brian, South Florida. Let's get right to it. This is a potentially serious situation taking place in the city of Miami Gardens. Miami-Dade Police Fire Rescue on the scene of this downed power line near the southeastern corner of Carroll City Elementary. That's located at 43rd 75 Northwest 173rd Drive in Miami Gardens. The roadway is shut down. Not sure if the school is with or without power, but Miami-Dade schools are in session today along with Broward County. Something else you need to be very aware of this morning is there are still a lot of signals that aren't working in certain areas, so you need to be very careful driving. Treat those as four-way stops. Looking at Broward County, 95 northbound, right around Cypress Creek, you'll find a crash. Big problems on the Sawgrass. If you're heading southbound, you'll find a crash taking place at Sunrise Boulevard, delaying traffic back towards the Sample Road area. So if that's a route you travel, give yourself extra time. 95 southbound on 103rd, you'll find a crash. We will have another complete update for you in just about 25 minutes. We'll see you soon. Have a great morning.
Introducing the new steak and cheddar breakfast sandwich from Dunkin' Donuts.
Good morning, class. My name is Mr. Sweeney, and I'll be your substitute teacher.
Made with scrambled egg, delicious new steak, and real cheddar cheese. It's great when you need a little something extra. Dunkin' Donuts. Bring yourself back. Stop by Dunkin' Donuts and enjoy a cup of the best coffee in America with your breakfast sandwich today.
Has driving become difficult? Does the glare from the sun seem worse? Does your vision appear more blurred or distorted? If so, cataracts may be affecting your vision. The Rand Eye Institute, established by Dr. William J. Rand, is a leader in vision correction and provides a panel of over 20 doctors specializing in cataract surgery, corneal conditions, treatment of glaucoma, diabetic retinopathy, and more. To schedule an evaluation, call 877-RAND-EYE or go to randeye.com. The Rand Eye Institute, celebrating 25 years of excellence in ophthalmology.
After Katrina, for the latest on the local cleanup, keep it on CBS 4 News.
Breathtaking images of flooding and destruction don't begin to show the full scope of Hurricane Katrina's devastation. We'll go live to ground zero of the flood zone with a look at the heroes who rescued people stranded in raging waters.
Also, we're going to show you how to help the thousands in need and take a look at how Katrina will strike everyone in the wallet with higher gas prices.
Welcome back to the Early Show. I'm Julie Chen along with Russ Mitchell. Also ahead in this half hour, an exclusive interview with the parents of the prime suspect in Natalie Holloway's disappearance. But first, let's go to Harry Smith, who has been surveying the extensive damage in Mississippi. Good morning again, Harry.
Yeah, good morning. Can you believe this picture now that the sun is coming up? Now you really get a sense of what we were talking about. This is this massive First Baptist Church in Gulfport. Just this most beautiful sanctuary. It went up the year before Camille, which is many people believe was the most devastating storm ever on the Mississippi coast. Literally, it is just standing on its beams right now. 3 walls were wiped out in the storm surge, which they say here was maybe 20 to 22 feet. An enormous normal Sunday morning, 600 to 700 people worship in that sanctuary, and I can't imagine they will ever be going in there again. I met with one of the deacons of the church late last night. He said they had just had a meeting on Monday to talk about, well, this growing, thriving church, should we move it farther inland? Should we move it farther inland? Well, we have more room to expand. Well, the decision has clearly been made, because I can't imagine anyone will be able to cross that threshold again. We've got lots more to come here from the Gulf Coast, but we want to go back to New York now and Russ. Russ?
Okay, Harry, thank you. The massive floodwaters left behind by Hurricane Katrina in Mississippi, where Harry is, and all along the Gulf Coast have made rescue efforts difficult, to say the least. But the search for survivors is moving forward by any means necessary. CBS News correspondent John Roberts is in New Orleans with more on that. John, good morning.
Good morning to you, Russ. As of this morning, the mayor's office here in New Orleans estimates that even after working all night long, there are still more than 150 people who are trapped in homes and rooftops in what's called the 9th Lower Ward, or the Lower 9th Ward here of New Orleans, where the floodwaters raged in yesterday. Wait till you see the pictures.
Yeah, we got 100 people in a little square block area.
It's a rescue operation, the likes of which no one here has seen in 40 years. And Police Captain Donald Carroll should know. He saw the last one, Hurricane Betsy, in 1965.
They had members of my family. If they weren't rescued, they'd have been dead. So we're just trying to pay back the favor of people years ago.
The flood began here at 8 in the morning when Katrina's storm surge breached the levee. Sheila Martin and her granddaughter rode out the storm in an attic crawl space, then pushed out a roof vent to escape. Sanford Green and his wife survived 12 hours of shrieking winds and water that rose to the ceiling.
There is a God. That's all I can tell you. God is good, because we could have drowned in that.
Volunteers from the police and fire departments brought their own boats to this bizarre Venice on the Mississippi, navigating neighborhoods and front yards.
You got a gate right here, right?
And there were local heroes, too. Jarvis Perry put his family in a small skiff, then swam all the way to higher ground at the bottom of an interstate ramp.
Thank you, thank you.
When you look from this perspective, it looks like so many people have lost everything. What's it like?
Basically, that's what it is. So many people have lost a whole lot of things. It's very disturbing, and it's a horrible scene.
There was never enough room on the boats. Everyone came back loaded to the gunnels. Some survivors needed urgent medical care.
It's got to be tight.
Others just needed to finally touch dry ground. And as the sun went down, the boats went out again.
The mayor of New Orleans estimates that as much as 80% of the city is underwater, particularly since a levee now to the west of the city has been breached, and a lot of water is starting to flow in from that side. But as bad as it is here, even further east of New Orleans, it could be even much worse. As many as 40,000 homes were inundated by Hurricane Katrina there. Russ?
John, you're right. Those pictures are incredible. Let me ask you, from what the experts are telling you, how long is it going to take for all that water to go down?
Well, unlike many hurricanes, Russ, where, the storm surge comes ashore and then it backs down, here in New Orleans, they're in a bowl between Lake Pontchartrain to the north and the Mississippi River to the south, and a lot of the city is below sea level. And without the power that they used to have here, operating pumps to keep that water out, it's going to take days, if not weeks in some areas, to get all that water out.
John Roberts in New Orleans. Thanks a lot. And now here's Julie.
All right, thanks, Russ. Hurricane Katrina's reach could go far beyond the Gulf states. It could affect almost every driver's wallet in the country. The storm shut down production at many U.S. oil refineries, fueling a spike in crude oil prices to more than $70 a barrel. That could eventually translate to higher prices at the pump. Tom Kloza is an expert on oil prices. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Julie. How are you?
I'm doing well. What does this do to us at the pump and the prices that we'll be paying?
You're going to see almost an immediate spike or even a super spike in prices, whether you live in Peoria or you live on the East Coast or in the Southeast. Yesterday, we actually saw the spot prices, which is the prices the large companies pay, go up by 50 cents a gallon, or nearly that much at the Gulf Coast. Went up a little bit less elsewhere, but we saw a big, huge jump in wholesale prices, and retailers are going to have to pass that along, and probably in the next 10 days or so.
Tom, can you explain why the hurricane is driving up oil prices?
Sure. Hurricane Katrina hit at the worst possible time. If you looked at how much gasoline people use in a day and how many days supply we only had a little bit over 20 days supply. This hurricane knocked out about 2 million barrels a day of refining production, which was shut down on a precautionary basis. They're not going to be able to bring back a lot of those refineries in days. They're flooded, they don't have power, they've got very, very dire circumstances to get them restarted to make fuel. So pretty much everywhere in the country right now, we're going to be facing probably the tightest fuel stocks than we've seen since the Iranian Revolution.
Wow. How important are the oil refineries in the Southeast compared to the rest of the country's oil supply?
Well, the Gulf Coast is more or less the internal organs that supply the blood flow for the rest of the country. And right now it's not clear if we've damaged or we've even lost a couple of those internal organs, but they've been shut down for a while. And my suspicion is that it'll be weeks as opposed to days before some of that production comes back on. And even when we run at full blown out rates, we have just barely enough supply to keep up with demand during the driving season. And after driving season, gasoline demand doesn't drop by quite as much as some people think. So it's going to be touch and go for the next month.
In the final seconds, should we expect to pay more for other things down the road? For example, heating oil this winter?
Absolutely. If you happen to be in a state that uses heating oil or natural gas prices went up 20% yesterday. Heating oil prices at retail are probably going to be between $2.50 and $2.75 a gallon, compared to $1.25 earlier this decade.
Wow.
That's going to be pretty painful if you live in the northern climates.
Absolutely. Tom Kloza, thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now let's get the latest on Katrina and a check of the weather from CBS News hurricane analyst Brian Norcross. Good morning, Brian.
And good morning, Julie, and good morning, everyone from Miami. Take a look at what we expect from Katrina today. The remnants now moving north out of Mississippi and on into Tennessee, but it's going to spread heavy rain, especially across Kentucky and the Ohio Valley, and some gusty winds may gust up to near tropical storm strength still. And you'll have scattered thunderstorms to the east. That'll last all the way into tonight and tomorrow. Now, the rest of the country is having some rain, too, especially in the northeast. That's not Katrina. That's a cold front there. So the eastern third of the country with rain. The rest of the country is actually looking pretty good. There's a look at your national weather. Now, here's what's going on in your area.
Hi, good morning. Pamela Wright with you, and sunshine with you through most of the day today. We're going to watch a few afternoon thunderstorms build, and that'll help break some of the heat. We're expecting highs in the low 90s today. Of course, that feels like temperature, making it feel a lot hotter than that. Light chop on the bay waters and the seas down a little bit today, 2 to 4 feet with that south wind at 10 to 15 knots. We're going to watch storms become a little more likely towards the end of the week, and you can see the sauna-like heat will stick around. Have a good morning.
Russ, the remnants of Katrina will eventually spread all the way north of western New York State and even southeastern Canada. All right, see you back here in a little while.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. Up next, our Natalie Holloway exclusive. Find out what the prime suspect's parents have to say about the search for the missing teen. This is The Early Show on CBS.
Ready for fall? Then call LA Weight Loss.
This is me, and this is me, 98 pounds lighter. The first 10 days, I lost 13 pounds. It was great. I was a size 18, but after doing the LA Weight Loss program, I'm now a size 4. I was able to do things with my kids that I couldn't do before. This can change your life. Pick up the phone and call. 35 weeks, 98 pounds, you can do it.
LA Weight Loss Centers. Call for your free consultation. 1-800-526-SLIM.
Are you getting the most health care coverage for your Medicare dollar? If not, then you should know about Humana Gold Classic. Call now and Humana will send you this free booklet that tells how Humana Gold Classic gives you hundreds of doctors and many hospitals to choose from in your area, unlimited generic and designated brand name drugs, hearing and vision care, dental exams, and free membership in the award-winning Silver Sneakers Fitness program. You get all this and much more for no additional monthly plan premium. And now you can carry over your unused prescription drug benefit amounts from 1 month to the next, up to $1,500. It's all in this free booklet, getting the most for your Medicare dollar. Call Humana today to get yours. 1-800-833-6517 and get the most for your Medicare dollar.
Mary, what are you doing?
A little demonstration. Each empty glass represents 1 month you don't have to pay if you finance your new furniture at Rooms To Go.
Well, let's see. First payment, April 2007. That's a lot of empty glasses.
Uh-huh.
What are those?
Annoying checks that you will be writing every month if you finance your new furniture at other stores.
That's bad. Luckily, at Rooms To Go, no really means no.
No money down, no minimum purchase, no interest, no payments until April 2007.
Good demonstration.
Bet the competition doesn't think so.
No.
Still frustrated by your lower back or neck pain? An astonishing new DVD exposes why most doctors have no idea what to do when their patients suffer with lower back and neck pain. They try drugs and other ineffective treatments, hoping that someday the pain will go away, but it never does. Don't take another pill or even consider surgery until you get your free copy of the DVD that can change the way you can live life without back or neck pain. Call the toll-free 24-hour recorded message now at 800-245-0956.
It has now been 3 months since American Natalie Holloway was last seen in Aruba. Now, for the first time, the parents of a teenage boy being held in her disappearance are speaking out. Sitting down with CBS News correspondent Kelly Kobiea in Aruba for an exclusive interview. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Russ. Anita and Paul Vandersloot would not talk about details of the case or Joran's relationship with Natalie Holloway, Joran being their son. But they do say that the only known fact here is that Joran was with Natalie the night she disappeared, and they stand by his claim that he did not hurt her.
We want Joran back.
We want Joran home. We want him to go on with his life.
That is Paul and Anita Vandersloot's dream.
It's very painful for me to look at this.
This is their reality. Their son Joran is suspected of having a hand in Natalie Holloway's disappearance. Her mother, Beth, is convinced he's guilty and that Paul, a one-time judge in training, is helping him get away with it.
Is that true?
No, we are not hiding anything. We are telling the whole truth, nothing than the truth. And we spoke always to Joran to tell the truth.
From the beginning, Joran has been the main suspect and the primary focus of both prosecutors and the press. Anita accuses both of following bad leads and spreading rumors instead of looking for the truth. But she's most upset with Holloway's family for attacking her son and husband's innocence on television.
I think what the family is doing is terrible. I don't think it's their right to do things like this. But I know also they must be so upset.
The Vandersloots have chosen not to defend themselves publicly until now because they blame the U.S. media for making their son look guilty.
News should be based on facts. If not, it's a show. To damage people, to slander people, that is no news, not at all.
But they do agree with Holloway's family on this. The investigation was botched from the beginning, and they say they too desperately want the mystery solved.
And when Natalie is never found, it will always hit our lives. Not only the life of the Holloways, but also our lives.
This angel in their home stays lit for Natalie. But right now, the Vandersloots' focus is on their own child.
Our prior goal is to get Joran back. I just want my kid back. It has been enough. It really has been enough.
Prosecutors have to notify Joran's attorney if they plan to ask a judge to hold him for another 30 days. As of last night, that hadn't happened, and a hearing is set for tomorrow, at which point Joran could be released. Russ?
Kelly, how likely is that Vandersloot will be released?
It was looking more likely last week, but at this point, after the Calpro brothers had been rearrested and as well as Joran's best friend, it's looking less likely.
Gotcha. Kelly Kobiea in Aruba, thanks a lot. Up next, an update on Hurricane Katrina relief efforts from the Red Cross. This is The Early Show on CBS.
Subterranean termites cause billions of dollars in damage every year. Many companies only treat here, leaving the majority of your property unprotected. Truly Nolan's 3-zone protection plan provides the most technically advanced termite treatment. Zone 1 treats breaches in the interior. Zone 2 protects the entire foundation. Zone 3 covers additional areas conducive to termites. And this mouse backs it up with a million reasons. Only with Truly Nolan's 3-zone protection plan.
Since 1954, Miami-Dade County has been the home of the Whopper. But when Burger King needed a new world headquarters, the question was simple. Here or to go? With the help of the Beacon Council, they had it their way and decided to invest $68 million and keep more than 600 jobs right here. Make it Miami. Miami-Dade County. Brought to you by the Beacon Council and CBS 4 in partnership to strengthen the economy of Miami-Dade County.
Tomorrow, it's no secret doctors are overextended, but has it caused a lousy bedside manner? Find out about a program that gets them in tune with the humanity of medicine on The Early Show.
Introducing the 2006 Chevy Impala. With an available 303 horsepower small block V8, it's a whole new animal.
This summer, don't miss the film critics are calling irresistible. An exquisite, unforgettable journey. Run, don't walk to March of the Penguins. Rated G. Now in theaters.
This is no place for bumps or dimpled skin. Nivea Reshaping Treatment helps boost collagen production to bring problem areas back into shape in 3 weeks. Nivea Reshaping Treatment.
When my allergies get really bad, I feel like I'm in a fog. Now I'm Claritin Clear. Claritin gives me non-drowsy relief from my worst symptoms for 24 hours. It's the only one proven to make you alert and focused. Got it. Claritin. Live Claritin Clear.
Get more out of your Dell PC with home installation, training, and virus assistance for your new PC for an additional charge. This Dimension desktop is $299 after mail-in rebate. Plus, get a free printer. Get more out of now. Dell PCs use Intel Celeron processors.
Introducing the 2006 Chevy Impala. You'll be amazed at what it can do. It's a whole new animal.
This week on CBS Daytime, brace yourself.
Marry her, be a good father.
What about the happiness that we deserve for a twist?
Get to them before they get to you.
So devious.
I'm still getting my kid back. He belongs with me. Dream on.
You won't see it coming.
Something is wrong!
Oh, Michelle, you're doing fine. This week on CBS Daytime, nobody does drama better.
The Early Show continues now from the General Motors building in New York City.
The American Red Cross has a long history of helping disaster victims, but the response to the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina is one of the largest it has ever faced in the U.S. Thousands of volunteers have been mobilized to take part in the tremendous relief effort. Marty Evans is the president of the American Red Cross. Good morning.
Good morning, Julie.
How is the American Red Cross helping hurricane victims?
Well, we began sheltering people before the storm came through. Hundreds, thousands of people in our shelters. We're continuing to open shelters as the storm progresses up through the center of the United States. We had pre-staged supplies, equipment, additional volunteers, and just as soon as the roads are clear and we can move people in, move equipment, supplies in, that's coming. And we work very closely with state and local authorities so that we're among the first on the roads. And then we've mobilized our nationwide network of Red Cross chapters and volunteers. And so chapters in Maine and California, they are ready. They're already sending people in. This is an example of neighbors helping neighbors, and it turns out the neighbors happen to be all the way across the country.
That's good to hear. I know that the American Red Cross always urges people who have sustained injuries to seek treatment quickly. Why is that so important?
Well, it's really important that people seek medical help. We hope that people in the areas where they're injured will have had some basic first aid so that they can at least help in that effort. We're also asking people who are in safe areas not to venture out because there is a high risk. There are still down power lines of floods. As little as 6 inches of water can sweep a person away. And so we need people to stay in those safe places so that the emergency workers can get out and reach the people who are injured and are in serious need of help.
Contaminated water is always a big concern. What's the best way for people to avoid it?
Well, we hope that people had supplies, their disaster supplies. If they don't, they need to boil water. They need to get water from the safe shelter areas. There'll be water distributions as soon as both the Red Cross and other relief agencies can get into the area. Again, people need to pay great attention to their health. They need to drink enough water, and they need to make sure that they know that that source of water is safe.
And finally, it's really important for people to get in contact with local authorities before they decide to just go home, right?
Absolutely. That is one of the most critical things, the personal safety factor we're stressing today, because we know people want to go home, but we also know that it's extremely unsafe in areas. They should find out. They can go to their Red Cross shelters, find out the latest information that Red Cross has on where it is safe to go. Listen to radios. Hopefully they have battery-powered radios. Listen to them. Follow the advice of local authorities. That is the best way to ensure your personal safety.
American Red Cross President Marty Evans, thank you.
Thank you.
And if you want to make a contribution to the Red Cross to help hurricane victims, you can log on to www.redcross.org or call 1-800-HELP-NOW. Still ahead, the best ways to save for your retirement. We'll be right back.
At 6'4", 220 pounds, Bob's a formidable man. But he was no match for something less than 1/1,000,000th his size. It KO'd Bob so fast, he didn't know what hit him. It was a clot. Like Bob, if you've been hospitalized with heart-related chest pain or a certain type of heart attack, what doctors call ACS, chances are you've had a clot. But now, Bob's doctor is helping increase Bob's protection against heart attack and stroke by putting Bob on Plavix. Plavix, in combination with aspirin and other heart medicines, helps provide greater protection against heart attack and stroke than aspirin and other heart medicines alone by helping keep blood platelets from sticking together and forming clots.
If you have a stomach ulcer or other condition that causes bleeding, you shouldn't use Plavix. When taking Plavix alone or with some medicines, including aspirin, the risk of bleeding may increase. To minimize this risk, talk to your doctor before taking aspirin or other medicines with Plavix. Additional rare but serious side effects could occur.
Ask your doctor about Plavix today, because no matter how formidable you are, you're no match for a dangerous clot.
Yeah, with the sun coming up, we can give you a brand new picture. This is normally thriving Highway 90 that runs right along the Gulf Coast here in Gulfport, Mississippi. It is just strewn with debris. We've got a lot of stories to come on the hurricane from here in Gulfport. Russ?
All right, Harry, thanks a lot. First up, these messages in your local news.
The choice is yours. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. I think you go with this, because this is where it's at. You can get with this, or you can get with that. Come on.
Denny's new sausage sampler has the sizzling sausage you love, and it already comes with seconds. Now get twice the sausage, 2 savory patties and 2 links, plus eggs and pancakes. One of 3 big and bountiful breakfasts for just $4.99. Denny's, we're cooking now.
Introducing the new Pedigree Slide Right Zipper Bag. Keeps every bite as fresh as the first.
Tonight, Dave's all new and now in high def.
I wonder if the high definition will help the jokes.
I don't think so. Catch Space Shuttle Commander Eileen Collins tonight.
Now, live. This is CBS 4 News This Morning.
And good morning, everyone. Brian Norcross here in Weather Control to bring you up to date on what's going on here in South Florida weather-wise. First of all, it is hot and steamy. Temperature is right around the 80-degree mark as we look from Boca Raton down to Pembroke Pines. Everybody just about the same there. Down to Miami-Dade County, it's a similar sort of situation here. We're right around 80, cool spot 79 out at West Kendall. It's warmer down in the Keys and it's more humid. Stickiness scale in the Keys up at 10 this morning. That's the highest on the scale, ultra steamy. It's more about 7.5 or 8, typical for summer in Miami-Dade and Broward County. Here's the radar and the satellite picture. A couple things to notice. First of all, see these little kind of showers moving this way. So we have a southwest wind, so that means thunderstorms this afternoon, at least some scattered around. These high clouds coming this way. All this is circulation related to what is now Tropical Storm Katrina. It's well out of our picture, obviously. So here's the story. We continue with sticky sunshine, lots of humidity, spotty storms, mostly in the afternoon hours now, and that kind of trend is going to last us through the end of the week. On to tomorrow, hot sunshine and just a few storms around. All right, here's the forecast in detail then. Today, strong, steamy sun and a few of those storms developing, and some of them heavy in the afternoon, a high of 92. South wind 10 to 15 knots for the boaters, 2 to 4 feet in the open sea. Warm and muggy again tonight. Spotty storms fading out in the evening, down to about 80. And looking ahead all the way through the weekend, storms becoming more likely as we get to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now here's Ty, the traffic guy.
Hey, good morning, Brian, South Florida. Good morning. Chopper 4 is in the air and over to the scene of a car that hit a wall and burst into flames. Let's take a look. This is happening on the 112, and you're going to find this tying up traffic on the 112 right around 27th. No longer engulfed. This is an injury accident. We understand that there were a couple people that were injured and perhaps transported to the hospital due to that crash. Otherwise, things aren't looking so bad for you. Traffic's just a bit slow on the approach. As we now take a look at the Palmetto Expressway, so route you generally travel, it's not looking good for you. It's very slow southbound, roughly from 122 heading all the way down to the Dolphin. Eastbound, you will find a crash reported at 17th. And 95, we're hearing reports of a crash at 125th. Looking at your travel times, 95 Golden Glades 595, 17 to 21 minutes. 95 the Dolphin to the Golden Glades 18 to 22, and the Dolphin 95 the Palmetto 21 to 25 minutes. This report is brought to you by ExxonMobil. We will have a complete update for you in just 25 minutes. Until then, make it a great day. We'll see you then.
CBS 4 News Traffic is sponsored by Palmetto Ford. Give us a try before you buy. 305-592-FORD.
The Marlins just announced an exciting new ticket plan that's perfect for the Fish fans who need a little more flexibility in their schedule. With the Marlins new Flex 10-pack, you get 10 tickets to use any game, any way you like. One game at a time or all at once, whatever you want. Packs start at just $90. It's flexible, and you'll save dollars and get playoff priority. It's going to be an exciting finish with great games against the Dodgers, Cardinals, Braves, Mets, and Nationals. So call 1-877-MARLINS to get your Flex 10-pack today. Get hooked.
Boy, do I love getting taken for a ride. What I don't love is when the big guy gets taken for a ride on his auto insurance. That's where callinginsurance.com can help. With just one easy phone call to a knowledgeable licensed rep, you can compare rates from top auto insurance companies, buy the policy that's right for you, and you could save hundreds. Compare, buy, save at insurance.com.
Call now and start saving now. 888-700-1466.
Introducing the new steak and cheddar breakfast sandwich from Dunkin' Donuts.
Good morning, class. My name is Mr. Sweeney, and I'll be your substitute teacher.
Made with scrambled egg, delicious new steak, and real cheddar cheese. It's great when you need a little something extra. Dunkin' Donuts. Bring yourself back. Stop by Dunkin' Donuts and enjoy a cup of the best coffee in America with your breakfast sandwich today.
County Line Lexus makes the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event even more golden. Right now, lease a fabulous new RX or ES 330 loaded with leather, CD, and sunroof for only $399 per month. $399 for only 36 months. Take advantage of huge Lexus Golden Opportunity savings, plus sign and drive on every new Lexus with absolutely no money down and no money out of pocket during the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event going on right now at County Line Lexus, home of the Lexus Way.
Watch the live Cash 3 Play 4 drawing tonight just before 8 on CBS 4.
This is beautiful Highway 90 that runs right along the Gulf Coast in Mississippi. This is normally a highway that would be filled with tourists enjoying this last great week in August. but this is a road that is just filled with debris. These are the ruins left in the wake of Hurricane Katrina. I'm Harry Smith. We're live in Biloxi this morning. Let me just give you a little bit of a scene setter. Straight back behind me, you can see a large rectangular shape. It looks like a shoebox. It's a big casino that was literally torn off its moorings, moved down the coast. It's hard up against a parking structure over there. There's another casino farther down the road that's moved right up onto Highway 90. The casinos here were all in the water, built on barges, and many of them were lifted off of their moorings and moved around. Now, earlier this morning, we showed you another angle of the First Baptist Church here in Gulfport, and this is just one of the saddest things you'll ever see. This church was built just before Camille, withstood Camille back in 1969, and now you can see it just stands here as a ruin. 3 walls of the church have been completely wiped out. There was a storm surge here yesterday. They said they estimated between 20 and 22 feet, and you can see we're just, maybe not even 75 or 100 yards off of the Gulf of Mexico here. This water just came in a wall, knocked down the walls of this beautiful church, and this Sunday morning, I don't know what the 600 or 700 normal worshipers where they're going to end up, but there are a lot of people displaced by this terrible, terrible storm, Katrina. Russ, Julie, we wish you. I'm a little shaken up here this morning because. Sure. I've been chasing these things around for 20 years or so, and every time you come and every time you think, can it get any worse? And this is about as bad as I've seen.
So devastating, those pictures where you are. All right, we'll check back with you in a moment, Harry. Also ahead in this hour, in today's home theater, 2-time Academy Award winner Jane Fonda talks about what it was like going head-to-head with Jennifer Lopez in their hysterical movie Monster-in-Law, which hits video stores this week.
Plus, are you really saving enough for your retirement? We're going to take a look at the best pension plan options and tell you what kind of nest egg you're going to need to live comfortably in those golden years. But first, let's head back to Harry in Mississippi. Harry?
All right, thanks very much, Russ. Let me give you the numbers on Katrina as it stands right now. Earlier this morning, the death toll was around 50. Now it's up to 80. 80 dead so far from Katrina. This number is expected to rise. As of this morning, there's still at least 1 million people without power along the Gulf Coast. There are floods, devastating floods, especially in and around New Orleans. Terrible flooding still there, and the water is very slow to recede. Look at this price tag. They have not even begun to really assess the damage here. They're talking about a $26 billion price tag on this Katrina. It's almost difficult to comprehend. Just devastation everywhere. We're live in Gulfport, which is about 75 miles away from New Orleans, and our Lee Cowan is standing by there with the latest in New Orleans. Lee, what's up?
Well, good morning, Harry. The mayor here estimates that about 80% of the city is underwater in varying degrees. Some neighborhoods are a lot worse than others. And unlike where you are there, where the water will eventually recede, as it probably already has, here, because we're in that bowl-shaped configuration of what New Orleans is, the water could stay for days, probably even weeks. At least 50 people are confirmed dead in Gulfport, Mississippi this morning, near the strike zone of Hurricane Katrina. But that's only a slice of her deadly force. In New Orleans, it was just hours after Katrina's worst had passed that the curious came out for a peek, much to the dismay of local police who reminded everyone a curfew was still in effect.
Let's clear the streets, people.
One look from the air and you can see why. New Orleans, although spared the worst of Katrina's wrath, was still dealt a deadly blow that will go down in the Big Easy's history books. And no one can write that history better than those plucked off the roof of their homes.
Okay, here, we've got a rescue in progress.
Hundreds, perhaps thousands of houses are underwater this morning, some still unreachable, which makes the death toll here almost impossible to count. Nearly 10,000 sought refuge in what emergency officials called a shelter of last resort, the Superdome, a concrete cylinder that was no match for Katrina's winds. Halfway into the storm, the roof started to peel away, bit by bit. And soon, it was raining in the Superdome, too. By evening, in addition to the floods, there were fires erupting as well, a scene almost surreal and out of the hands of emergency officials who were too busy helping the living to worry about structures probably long gone anyway. And Katrina now is just over the Tennessee-Kentucky border. It's still dropping a huge amount of rain, still has some pretty good gusts of winds along with it, so that price tag area that you were talking about will likely just keep going up. Harry?
Yeah, Lee Cowan live in New Orleans this morning. Thank you very much. We've got more to come from along the Gulf of Mexico here on the Mississippi coast. Just a devastating story, as we say. There's more to come in a little bit. Right now, let's go back to New York and Russ. Russ?
Harry, thank you. Checking other news now, President Bush is considering dipping into the nation's emergency oil reserves. Hurricane Katrina shut down thousands of oil rigs in the Gulf, disrupting production. Analysts argue tapping into the reserves will not solve the problem. Later today, the president again will defend the U.S. policy in Iraq. He is in San Diego for an event marking the 60th anniversary of the end of World War II. The president discussed the Iraq war in a pair of speeches last week, saying U.S. troops would not be pulled out.
So long as I'm the president, we will stay, we will fight, and we will win the war on terror.
Aides say today's speech will compare the war on terror to the war against Nazi Germany and Japan. In Cincinnati, a chemical leak has forced evacuations and school closings. A highly flammable liquid used to make plastics has been leaking from a railroad car since Sunday. Police say the fumes can be hazardous if inhaled. And Hawaii's Little League World Champions are back home. Their friends and neighbors are thrilled to see them, of course. They threw a big welcome home party last night. The team from Eva Beach, Honolulu, came back to beat Curacao in Sunday's championship game. And good for them. Now more on Katrina and the rest of the day's weather. Here's CBS News hurricane analyst Brian Norcross from our Miami station WFOR. But first this.
This weather report sponsored by Plavix.
And good morning, everyone, from Miami, where Katrina has left its mark. We still have a couple 100,000 people without power. And now the folks in the Ohio Valley are feeling Katrina. Here you see the heavy rain now spreading from the Paducah, Cape Girardeau area all the way across Louisville and on up to Cincinnati. And this is going to spread up through Ohio and into the Northeast. Here's the way today's weather map looks for the USA. That rain that is now in the Ohio Valley and Tennessee Valley is going to spread northeast, but also there's a cold front up there moving through New England. So the eastern third of the country with rain, including some strong storms in the Carolinas. Out west, the cold front has really cooled things off nicely. It's going to be hot in the southwest, and the middle of the country looks good. That's a look at the national weather. Now, here's a look at what's going on in your area.
Hi there, good morning. Pamela Wright with you on a day that will be filled with strong, steamy sunshine. Well, until a couple of storms pop up later this afternoon. Expect a high temperature of 92 and easily feeling like the low 100s with all the heat and humidity out there. Boaters, we hold on to that south wind, but not quite as strong today. Just about 10 to 15 knots and seas at 2 to 4 feet. And here's a look even into the upcoming weekend. We'll find storms scattered tomorrow and Thursday, but more likely for the end of the week.
Having dealt with Hurricane Andrew here 13 years ago, no group of people feels more for those folks on the Gulf Coast than we do here in South Florida. Back to you.
Yeah, it looks eerily familiar in many places here. We've got lots more to come. Our coverage of Katrina continues as the early show continues here on CBS. We'll be right back.
Life doesn't stand still, and neither do we. That's why you trust Lowe's for appliances. Not because we have the largest selection in stock, or because Lowe's has this innovative Whirlpool Fast Fill refrigerator, which, like all our appliances over $397, will deliver free, even haul away the old one free. And when you use your Lowe's card store-wide, pay nothing for 12 months. Nobody works harder to save you money every day, which Lowe's promises to do. At Lowe's, improving home improvement never ends.
On DVD, adventure for the whole family heats up with the film critics call Indiana Jones and James Bond rolled into one.
I don't think we can fix this thing. We're making great time!
Sahara on DVD and UMD today. Rated PG-13.
Where did I get this glow? In Bermuda? Or from a wild fling? With a moisturizer.
New Jergens Natural Glow. Moisturize daily to keep your healthy summer glow all year long. Jergens glowing skin is in.
You go first.
You go.
Nope. You first.
No. I have to after you.
Well, actually, I insist.
Don't be afraid. This Listerine is less intense. Ladies first.
Age before beauty.
You want to fight plaque, gingivitis, and bad breath. So get over your fears.
Let's see what you're made of.
Excuse me. Just try natural citrus Listerine. All of Listerine's germ-killing power. But less intense.
You guys should really grow up.
Natural citrus Listerine. You can handle it. Germs can't.
If you have indoor or outdoor allergies, ask your doctor about something different. Singulair. While many allergy medicines block histamine, Singulair works differently by blocking leukotrienes, an underlying cause of allergy symptoms. And Singulair is now approved to help relieve both indoor and outdoor allergy symptoms for a full 24 hours. Side effects are generally mild and vary by age and may include headache, ear infection, sore throat, and upper respiratory infection. Singulair, a different way to treat indoor and outdoor allergies.
When physical evidence is not enough, these FBI profilers go to work.
I want to coax a young woman into my car. Offer her a test drive.
Their job?
We cover the whole spectrum of psychos.
Outsmart the criminal mind.
Are you a genius or something? I do have an eidetic memory and can read 20,000 words per minute. Yes, I'm a genius.
Organized killers will inject themselves into the investigation, which is why I think, in fact, I know you have already interviewed him.
Criminal Minds, CBS Wednesdays this fall.
So let's mix.
Hey, want a party over at our house?
Yes!
Great. We'll play some games. Grab a bite to eat. Oh, invite your friends. We have plenty of room. And tell them to bring a bathing suit. Mikasuki Resort and Gaming. You bet you're gonna have a great time.
It is a nasty scene here in Gulfport, Mississippi this morning. We're standing right in the middle of what should be a very vibrant and busy Highway 90 filled with tourists, people heading to the casinos. We're going to talk right now with a couple of residents of Gulfport who rode out the storm just really literally within blocks of this street right here. First is Steve Capobianco. Steve, how far from right here do you live?
A mile and a half.
About a mile and a half.
Yes, sir.
And there's a railroad tracks that kind of separates you. Is that, do you think, what saved you from the storm surge?
You can see that's where the surge stopped at. It was right at below the railroad tracks, and yeah, we got lucky.
Yeah. What was it like during the storm yesterday?
Very windy, and trees snapping everywhere. I watched my neighbor's house get smashed, oak trees fall on it, and 2 of my trees in my yard fell on my neighbor's house. They missed my house completely, blew every shingle off of their house, missed my house. I still have every shingle on my house. I got lucky.
Wow.
Real lucky.
You've lived down here for a long time. Did you feel like maybe this area of the coast was due? It's dodged a lot of bullets before.
Oh, we've dodged a bunch of bullets, a couple of this year, and Elena was small, George was little, but this one got us good and got us unprepared too.
Unprepared. You felt everybody was talking about it's New Orleans, New Orleans, New Orleans. Do you feel like folks along here, were they ready?
No. It snuck up on us. Then it made the north turn. It come right at us, and a lot of people didn't take that to heave, and they got the brunt end of it.
Yeah.
So
you stayed and rode it out. What about the rest of your family?
They all went to Memphis. They're in Memphis.
Yeah, been able to talk with them?
Not yet. No landline communications, no cell phone communications yet. I'm on the way hunting for my boss that lives on the beach now.
And his place is on the beach. They say these places on the beach are pretty much gone.
Right. And that's why I'm walking down now to go see if I can't help find them or see if they're safe.
Carolyn Black, how far away from right here do you live?
About 2 blocks.
Just 2 blocks. What was it like here yesterday?
Very scary.
Very scary.
Yes.
And your job is right down here in this casino that's...
Casino.
Yeah.
Yes.
How far away from where it's supposed to be is it right now?
It's pretty far.
Pretty far.
Oh, yes.
Wow. Carolyn, good luck. And Steve, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for sharing your stories with us. Take care. We'll get you a cell phone. Now here's Julie.
All right, thanks a lot, Harry. Up next, we're going to switch gears and talk with Jane Fonda about the hilarious comedy that brought her back to the big screen after a 15-year absence. We'll be right back.
Fight osteoporosis with Actonel. I used to be 5'4".
Oh, no! I'm shrinking!
My doctor said that shrinking could be tiny fractures caused by osteoporosis. Prescription Actonel once a week can help. Osteoporosis? Me? But I take calcium every day. He said after menopause, calcium alone may not be enough. Osteoporosis can make bones weak and brittle. That's how fractures can happen. Actonel helps protect your bones from the cells that cause osteoporosis to help you fight fracture.
You should not take Actonel if you have low blood calcium, severe kidney disease, or cannot sit or stand for 30 minutes. Follow dosing instructions carefully. Stop taking Actonel and tell your doctor if you experience difficult or painful swallowing, chest pain, or severe or continuing heartburn, as these may be signs of serious upper digestive problems.
Actonel won't get back your lost inch, but it will help fight fractures. How do your bones measure up? Visit Actonel.com and talk to your doctor. Help fight fracture with Actonel.
Make way for Her Majesty ascending her throne. The Lady of the Loop and her royal helper, Can-Do.
Did you put the carpet there?
You did it! I can do it too with Can-Do.
That natural inside-out glow is now captured for your skin in Olay Complete Multi-Radiance. Its moisturizing mandarin vitamin complex works within the skin surface to promote radiant skin that glows and glows.
Hey, a new drink. Ingredients: high fructose corn syrup, inositol, pyridoxine hydrochloride, maltodextrin, glucurono something or other. Of course, my favorite, caffeine. Or Florida orange juice. Ingredients: fresh air, rain, sunshine.
A glass of Florida orange juice every morning is a natural way to get many of the nutrients you need. Florida orange juice. Healthy, pure, and simple.
Morning, Cam. Morning, Bob. Good morning, Scott Tissue. Can everyone hear me? Just barely. Great. Let's get started. Surprise! You guys.
Scott Tissue's gone soft. With new Scott Extra Soft, it's softer,